Should I start doing a buzzer check, or should I wait for the stream?
Last year we carried a loss, and this year we don't.
Okay, awesome.
So
well, let's start with the buzzer
that
check.
at
We have
least is
Evan.
better.
Well, that would be.
Buzzer check.
That's why we do this thing. I think it just needs to be plugged in.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There we go. Good.
It's never been more Jover than it is now.
Now let's try with Evan. Awesome. We have Matthew. Awesome. We have Jacob. Cool. We have Ian. Great. We have Devin. We have Elliot. We have Andrew. And we have Dylan. Okay, great. And one thing that would be helpful is if you turn your buzzer to me when you buzz, just so I see the light. See the light. It'll speed up like the extra second it takes to recognize. But first and foremost, congratulations on making it to the top bracket of the NSC. Congratulations on making it out here in the first place. My name is Gannon. I was the head editor of the set. I hope you're enjoying it today. Our live stream guru is
Mike Bentley.
I was just trying
Okay.
to.
Am I good to start with everything? Cool. Both teams, we ready to jump right into things?
Yeah,
Let's do it.
We do have a sponsor. Thank you. I always forget to read those. Our sponsor this round
Is it
is the University of Maryland academic team, who has the following message. The Maryland academic quiz team at the University of Maryland wishes all competitors the best of luck at PACE NSC.
Oh, thanks.
Woo!
Are there any more rounds sponsored by AOPS?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
What is class? Okay.
What are you going to ask?
I was gonna ask when is class of 2025 is sponsored?
That might be later. I'm not sure when the sponsors come up, but we'll have to see. So, best of luck to both teams. Here's toss-up number 1. In a novel titled for one of these structures, Frank Wheeler becomes a smiling, lifeless man after his wife April dies inducing an abortion. A novel titled after one of these structures ends with the protagonist sitting on an old, broken-down pier thinking of a friend whom he earlier called a holy goof. And that novel... Say it again? Yeah, that's it for 20. Good buzz. Here's your bonus. This poet's best-known work was constructed posthumously from 4 separate poems in their collection Versos Sencillos and popularized by Joseito Fernandez's improvised additional verses for 10 points each. Name this poet, whose poems were put together to form the nationalist song Guantanamera. Guantanamera is the national song of this modern-day Caribbean country where Martí died in the Spanish-American War. In the standard version of Guantanamera, the third verse uses lines from this Martí poem. The narrator of this poem does the title horticultural action in July as in January for the sincere friend who gives me his hand frankly. Can you answer? It is I cultivate a white rose. So 20 in the bonus. Here's toss-up 2. The Krefeld type of these objects were part of a broader class named for the migration period following the fall of Western Rome. The first version of these objects in ancient Rome was named Hispanensis and later evolved into its Mainz version. Brennus legendarily threw one of these objects onto
A sword?
That's it for 20.
Nice.
Why would you?
And here's your bonus. Places along a river at which this quantity changes suddenly are called Nick points for 10 points each. Name this quantity whose maximum stable value for a pile of a granular material is given by the tangent of the angle of repose. Regions that share their name with this quantity lie between continental shelves and continental rises.
Let's see, like darkness?
Slope?
No.
Slope.
Nice, Nick points are exemplified by these features in which water flows over a vertical drop. These features are also known as cataracts or cascades.
Waterfall.
Yeah, there we go. Nick points form from and can contribute to river rejuvenation, which a river erodes its riverbed in response to a lowering of this vertical datum. This datum is the lower limit of an erosion process.
Lower the limit of erosion process. Erosion depth.
It's called base level. Sure. 20 in the bonus. Here's toss-up 3. This force applied to fly balls causes them to actuate proportional control in a namesake engine governor. A stargazer experiences this force in the original statement of Mach's principle. Impellers transmit energy to fluids via this force. This force equals negative mass times omega cross quantity omega cross r. This force and gravity form the concave water surface in Newton's bucket. This force opposes buoyancy and a technique that separates components of solutions by density. This force causes the that is, yeah.
Centrifugal.
Yeah, for 10. Good job. Your bonus. The gate of Plato's Academy had an inscription reading, "Let no one ignorant of this field enter here," for 10 points each. Name this field. Many early modern philosophers were inspired by the use of axioms and demonstrations in a text of this field, Euclid's Elements. I will prompt.
Logic?
Oh, no, it's geometry. Medieval scholastics held Euclid's challenging fifth proposition the bridge of these animals. John Buridan names a thought experiment about one of these animals who's unable to choose between food and water. You need an answer?
Turtle.
Oh, no, it's a donkey. This philosopher supposedly introduced geometry to Greece after returning from a visit to Egypt. This philosopher identified water as the arche, or first principle.
Dailies.
The answer? Yeah, pretend. Here's toss-up 4. Description acceptable. Minimum standards for some of these things are governed by the 1974 ERISA Act. In the U.S., most of these things impose a 50% tax if the required minimum distribution is not taken. The book Nudge describes how workers were automatically enrolled in and then stayed in a Swedish example of these things. Tipster is an example of a calculator that helps determine how much one should allocate to these tax advantage programs. There's generally no contribution limit.
Retirement savings accounts?
Yeah, that's it. Per 10. And your bonus. Alex Ross negatively compared this composer's On the Nature of Daylight to Pachelbel's Canon in D major, noting that it starts, it adds layers, it swells, it expires, for 10 points each. Names minimalist composer of the most streamed classical album of all time, an 8.5-hour composition titled Sleep.
Oh,
Sleep.
Young.
No. Yeah,
It's
go with
not,
it.
it's
No,
not.
I've like
Need an
heard
answer?
of Sleep.
Lamont Young.
Oh no, it's Max Richter.
Max
Because
Richter.
On the Nature of Daylight had already been heavily featured in Shutter Island, its use in this director's film Arrival made that film ineligible for Best Original Score. This Canadian director hired Hans Zimmer to score his film Dune.
Dude. Oh my God, what's his name?
What's his name?
What? Oh, fuck.
Need an answer?
Guess
Some French sounding guy.
It's Denis Villeneuve.
Villeneuve.
Richter's first live performance of his 2002 album Memory House is at the Barbican Centre, a beauteous venue in this capital. The city's symphony orchestra shares the Barbican with the Royal Shakespeare Company.
London.
London.
Yeah, that's a capital. For 10. Here's toss-up 5. An apocryphal addition to this book describes a locked room mystery where priests were consuming offerings left for the god Bel. A figure in this book is told the sanctuary will be cleansed after he has a vision about a goat slaying a ram with its horn. A man in this book refuses to eat the king's meat. Say it again? Yeah, for 20. Here's your bonus. A new free trade area on this continent aims to increase intracontinental trade from 14.5% to the European level of 72%. For 10 points each, name this continent whose free trade declaration is named for the city of Kigali. This small country is the only African Union member not in the African Continental Free Trade Area. In 2021, Isaias Afwerki announced this country was withdrawing troops from the Tigray region of a nation to its south. Since women conduct around 70% of cross-border trade, they benefit from the expansion of these agreements like the East African Community. In these agreements, countries agree on one single tariff outside the agreement and eliminate tariffs within. Need an answer? Say that one more time.
Free trade agreement.
Prompt.
Free tariff agreement.
No, it's a customs union.
Okay.
20 of the bonus there. Here's toss-up 6. Philippe Ariès' book on centuries of these people argued that the conceptualization of them did not exist until the 15th century. In an event named for these people, 7,000 Christians marched to Genoa expecting the sea to part before...
Children?
20.
Good.
Nice.
Here's your bonus.
Yep.
Starting in the 1960s, Katarina Taikon campaigned for the rights of these people in Sweden. For 10 points each, identified these people who refer to those outside of their community as Gaje. The Nazis persecuted these people through a campaign called the Poraimos.
Romani.
Romani. Romani.
Hundreds of thousands of Roma immigrated to this country in the 19th century. Portugal's monarch relocated to this New World country during the Napoleonic Wars.
Brazil.
Brazil's first president of Roma heritage, Juscelino Kubitschek, invested heavily in this industry, especially in São Bernardo de Campo. In 1928, an American leader in this industry founded an American-style town in the state of Pará to obtain rubber.
Auto.
Automobiles.
Yes.
Auto.
Yep, for 30. Toss up 7. Environmental chemists plot the negative log of this quantity against pH on the phase diagrams of active metals like iron and uranium. Proteins in the inner mitochondrial membrane are arranged so this quantity increases from complex 1 to complex 3 to complex 4 to oxygen. Reactivity series rank elements by this quantity. No. I'll keep reading. Reactivity series rank elements by this quantity relative to a value of 0 for hydrogen on platinum in a She cell. This quantity for a reaction is proportional to negative delta G and decreases by RT over NF times the natural log of Q if it is not run at standard state. This quantity is subtracted between two half reactions to determine the EMF in direction of a redox reaction. For 10 points, name this quantity computed using the Nernst equation and measured in volts.
Like, cell potential?
Yeah,
Okay.
Nice.
for 10. And here's your bonus. And so find out components of bacterial culture media for 10 points each. The most common medium is a mixture of agar and a broth named for this stage of a virus's life cycle. During this phase, a virus lies dormant inside the host genome.
3.
Wait, what's it called?
it's
L1.
Lysogenic?
L1.
No, it's lysogeny. Chocolate
sorry.
agar supplements lysogeny broth with a lysate from these human cells, which provide the bacteria some tasty hemoglobin to feast on.
Like red blood
Red blood
cells.
cells.
Yeah.
Yum. To select for gram-negative bacteria, add methylene blue in this pink acidic dye to the broth. A class of white blood cells is named for this dye, which is combined with hematoxylin in the most common tissue stain.
Oh.
Any chance it's just
Eosinophils?
Sure.
Eosinophils?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
For 20.
I don't remember what the dye is called.
Here's toss-up 8. Alex Colville's painting Pacific inspired a scene in which a man of this profession stares out of a blue window in a Michael Mann film. A positive Pauline Kael review may have swayed public opinion on a film about two characters in this profession that ends with a gory death scene. Al Pacino yells, "Attica, Attica," while playing a man engaged in this job in Dog Day Afternoon. I will prompt. Yes, for 10. Your bonus. In a 1598 play named after these concepts, the elderly Noel sends his servant Brainworm to spy on his son Edward before the characters are tried by Judge Clement. For 10 points each, name these concepts that name a genre of play that, along with comedies of manners, dominated the Restoration era.
Errors.
Humors. This playwright of Volpone followed up the comedy of humors Every Man in His Humor with Every Man Out of His Humor. This author pioneered humorous comedy in The Blind Beggar of Alexandria and A Humorous Day's Mirth. The speaker of a John Keats poem feels like a watcher of the skies after reading this author's English translation of Homer. Yeah, good job. For 20. Here's toss-up 9. A deterministic hypothesis named for this process proposes that it evolved to perch negative epistasis. Paradoxically, this process imposes a twofold cost on fitness because it halves the maximum population growth rate. This process, the so-called queen of evolutionary problems, evolved...
Like, sexual reproduction?
That's it for 20.
Good buzz.
Nice.
Your bonus. By the 1700s, this system had been replaced by repartimiento, in which indigenous Americans participated in tribute labor. For 10 points each, name a system of indigenous slavery under Spanish landowners in the Americas. Bartolomé de las Casas debated against this system at the Valladolid debate.
Encomienda.
Yeah.
Encomienda?
Encomienda.
Hatui and Enriquillo, who revolted against the encomienda, were holders of this title. This Taino word for chieftain was later broadly applied by the Spanish to leaders like Tupac Amaru II.
Cacique?
Cacique.
I think that's multiple.
I'll take that, yeah.
What was the answer? like?
Cacique, but cacica, cacique. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
it. This king's daughters, Isabel and Leonor, were among the indigenous people who were granted encomiendas. This king of the Aztec Empire encountered Hernan Cortez.
Montezuma the
Montezuma.
second.
The second.
Montezuma the second.
For 30.
Good.
And here's toss-up 10. A memoir by this author inspired the Dreams and Hopes for the Future theme for Expo 67. André Gide described this author as he who has been through it after reading that memoir set around the Wadi El Natrun. This author's experiences with his Salvador wife, Consuelo's asthma, inspired a character he created whose love is praised by a fox. This author wrote...
Like, Saint-Exupéry?
20.
Good
Nice.
buzz.
And you're a bonus. In 2022, anti-government protesters in Iran knocked off black turbans, indicating this status to scholars. For 10 points each, name a status designated by the terms Sayyid and Sharif, whose broadest definition is connected to the Banu Hashim.
Like, descendant of Muhammad?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Descendant of Muhammad.
Iranians of the surname Musavi or Rasavi claim descent from two of these people. The largest community of Shias believe that the Mahdi is the last of a series of these people, beginning with Ali, and who can rule over Sharia law.
Imams.
Yeah, imams.
Imams.
In the Ottoman Empire, Tusayud were people who claimed to be Sayyid for exemptions from one of these policies. The Quran outlined one of these policies called the jizya, so non-Muslims could pay for their protection in a caliphate.
Taxes.
I guess.
That's 30. Awesome. And at half, I have a score of 240 for Hunter, 130 for Tuesday.
Sorry.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
In October 2022, an online depiction of this painting in over 100 billion pixels restored the image of its patron Elizabeth Borlut praying near Grisaille statues. An octagonal fountain appears below a figure in this painting whose eyes were made alarmingly human in a 2020 restoration. Art historians have identified soprano and bass singers amongst angelic musicians in this painting from their facial expressions. Philip the Good appears mounted in this painting's stolen wing.
Adoration of Mud.
Say it again?
Adoration of Mud.
Oh, no. I'll keep reading. In this painting, Stolen Wing, The Just Judges. This painting in St. Bavo's Cathedral depicts God enthroned above his Adoration of the Mystic Lamb panel. It was completed by two brothers. For 10 points, in this altarpiece completed by Hubert and Jan van Eyck.
And altarpiece.
That's it for 10.
That's good.
Here's your bonus. Modern 3D printers directly extrude filaments of these materials, which is much safer than the old method of shining light through a vat of toxic resin. For 10 points each, it is general class of materials used in 3D printers and formed from subunits called monomers.
Plastics.
Oh, polymers.
Does it just want polymers?
Go with
Maybe.
Polymers?
Monomers.
Okay.
Polymers, like polylactic acid that can be extruded through a 3D printer's nozzle, must have this property, which means that they flow like liquids at high temperatures but solidify when cooled.
He's called.
Non-Newtonian fluids.
Need an answer?
Non-Newtonian fluids.
It is thermoplastic. Photolithography instead uses thermoset polymers, which are hardened by forming these covalent bonds that connect polymer chains. Vulcanization forms these bonds in rubber.
Oh,
Crosslinks?
Crosslinks.
Yeah, 20.
Nice.
Toss up 12. These organisms were poached by Native Americans so that the Carameros company could make candy. The genus Ripsalis of these organisms are the only ones that might originate in the Eastern Hemisphere. Luther Burbank would frequently rub his face on modified examples of these organisms as part of his efforts to make cattle food. A national park name for these organisms protects the Rincon Mountain District as part of a Sky Island archipelago and is in Pima County. Fruit from one of these organisms called Nuctli may provide the name of Tenochtitlan. That's it for 10. Your bonus. The motif B-flat, long E-flat, short D, B-flat represents one of these locations whose destruction is represented by a descending passage leading into the second movement of an orchestral piece. For 10 points each, name these locations, one of which titles an opera whose minor second motif represents blood as a character opens a series of doors. The castle of Vyrsarad in Vltava River are depicted in this Czech composer's collection, Mavlast. He composed the opera The Bartered Bride. Smetana's From My Life uses assonant high E's to represent this condition. Carolina Unger apocryphally had to turn Beethoven around after he conducted his Ninth Symphony because he had recently developed this condition. Good 30. How's up 13? A leader of this surname kidnapped an actress and her film director husband to make movies like Salt. A leader of this surname was undermined by the Caps.
Kim.
Yeah, for 20. Here's your bonus.
Thanks.
A common Russian joke when Stalin proved that just one person could manage the country, this man proved that a country doesn't need to be managed at all. For 10 points each, he was a long-ruling Soviet leader who sent tanks to quash reforms undertaken by Alexander Dubček.
Brezhnev.
Oh, Brezhnev.
The Brezhnev Doctrine, which affirmed the Soviet Union's right to intervene in favor of communist governments, was first applied following this 1968 period of liberalization in Czechoslovakia.
Hogspring.
One sign of Brezhnev's declining health was his insistence on conducting this song at a party congress in Poland. The title of this song, written by anarchist Eugene Poitier, derives from an 1864 meeting in Paris.
The International. The International.
30. Good job. Toss up 14. The best-known invention of Philippe Auchelin uses chains whose odd index elements are these things, which are mapped to by reduction functions. The Fido Alliance seeks to reduce reliance on these things. So-called salt is added to these things in order to inhibit rainbow tables. Smudge attacks employ forensic analysis of fingerprints to reveal these things. YubiKeys can store one-time instances of these things. John the Ripper is a tool for finding these things that can...
Passwords?
That's it for 10.
Nice.
And your bonus. 4 recurring journalists in this series discuss the title Banks Insider Trading in the story The House of Nunsun John. For 10 points each, name this series that includes many short stories categorized as scenes of Parisian life, as well as the 1835 novel Père Goriot.
The human comedy.
The human comedy.
This hyper-productive 19th century French author was supposedly fueled by 50 cups of coffee a day while writing the many short stories in his human comedy.
Balzac.
The journalist in Balzac's story, The House of Nucingen, discussed the source of this social climate character's wealth. He first appears in the human comedy as an ambitious law student.
Rastignac.
Oh, yeah. Rastignac.
Yeah, I can take that. For 30. Here's House of 15. This language was used for a 1901 novel in which a housewife falls in love with the cousin of her husband while he is busy running a liberal newspaper. A woman who speaks this language moves to the title East London Street in the novel Brick Lane.
Hindi.
Oh, no. I will keep reading. During its early 20th century Renaissance, this language was used to write the novels The Broken Nest and The Home in the World by an author who used this language for a poem demanding, "Let my country awake." A 1910 collection written in this language opens with the line, "Thou hast made me endless, such is thy pleasure," in its English translation, which is titled Song Offerings. For 10 points, name this language used to write Gitanjali by Rabindranath Tagore.
Bengali.
Yeah, that's it for 10. And your bonus. This adjective describes a quantity defined as G minus 2 over 2 that measures the effect of quantum mechanical phenomena on electrons as magnetic moments. For 10 points each, give this adjective that also names a form of the Zeeman effect, which non-zero net spin causes the appearance of alternate splitting patterns.
Quantum.
Sure.
Quantum.
It's anomalous.
Okay.
The perturbation of an atom's Hamiltonian due to the Zeeman effect equals this scientist's namesake magneton times B M sub J G sub J. The scientists developed the correspondence principle.
Bohr, I think, maybe?
Sure.
Bohr?
In that equation, M sub J is the Z component of the atom's value for this quantity. This quantity is a rotational analog of linear momentum.
What, torque?
Torque.
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 And it's angular
Oh, wait,
momentum.
no, sorry.
Tell me the bonus.
sorry.
Here's toss
You guys
16.
split
Yeah. I have
heard that wrong.
380 for Hunter and 170 for TJ.
Okay.
Okay.
Going into toss up.
We're about to go into toss up 16.
Okay. I don't think there are 10.
There
There
are.
are.
Yeah, top, yeah.
There are. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
17, 24 times.
Sorry about that.
No.
It's fine.
Best of luck to both teams. Here's toss up 16. It is description acceptable. An object gained during this event is buried on the road to Elias. At the beginning of this event, a figure shoots fiery arrows into a location named for Danaeus' daughter Amimani. Due to a woman's jealousy of aioli, a substance that was acquired during this event was given by that woman to her husband, causing him to self-immolate. Hera sent a crab to distract one figure in this event. Arrows dipped in poison acquired...
Just Hercules' hunting of the Hydra.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Nice.
The killing of the Hydra is
Okay.
the main answer.
Yeah.
For 10, your bonus. George A. Crowfoot published a guide for how to use this infrastructure project to see America's attractions. For 10 points each, named this massive infrastructure project completed with a golden spike at Promontory Summit. This project connected Sacramento to Omaha and eventually the rest of the country.
Transcontinental Railroad.
The later Southern Pacific Transcontinental Railroad was made possible by this 1854 treaty, which mostly settled the United States' current border with Mexico.
Yeah,
Gadsden
Gadsden.
Purchase.
The Great Northern Railway connected Seattle to this capital city. The city was once known as Pig's Eye, and more recently is home to the Hmong Archives.
Hmong? Oh, St. Paul.
Oh,
Oh,
okay,
that makes
St.
sense.
Paul.
Yeah, good. 30.
Nice.
Toss up 17. After criticism over a previous George Hester photograph, this project depicted a censored silhouette of a man and woman, though John Lomberg's drawings drawings for it depict the nude body. Blind Willie Johnson's song Dark Was the Night, Cold Was the Ground was used in this project to describe nightfall with no place to sleep. This project includes a picture of a man eating a burger backwards. The brainwaves of Anne Druyan were recorded for this project as she thought about her love for its creative chair. A microscopic image of cell division and greetings in 55 different languages.
Project Blake. The Voyager Gold Blake.
Yep.
Oh,
For 10. And your bonus. As I'm playing about the art collection of Andrew Lloyd Webber for 10 points each. Webber owns over 40 works by Edward Burne-Jones, one of the leading members of this British art movement. Its other artists include John Everett Millay, who painted a drowning Ophelia. Say it again? Yes. Weber's foundation owns a vedute of old horse guards by Canaletto, an artist from this city famed for his paintings of his canals. Weber claims he had a chance to buy Frederick Layton's Flaming June as a kid for 50 quid. The painting is now in Puerto Rico, but was loaned to this New York museum in 2015, which contains Rembrandt's Polish writer and occupies its steel tycoon founder's mansion.
Getty.
Is the Frick collection. 20 in the bonus, here's toss-up 18. In one novel, this character mocks a man by throwing apples at him and gets stuck in a tree. This character's incredibly loud scream is described as the howl of the loser, the lament of the hell serf. This character declares that he had an accident, so may you all, in a John Gardner novel named for this figure, where he's 20.
oh, nice.
And your bonus. Random House shelved Sonora Babb's book, whose names are unknown due to its similarity to this other novel, but Babb's book was released 65 years later in 2004. For 10 points each, name this novel, whose last chapter depicts a woman who gave birth to a stillborn baby, breastfeeding a grown man on the brink of starvation.
Oh, it sounds great. Yeah, Grapes of Wrath.
Babb criticized this author's novel, The Grapes of Wrath, for not being as realistic as hers. A 2020 Jeanine Cummins novel titled For Dirt, preceded by this adjective, was controversially compared to The Grapes of Wrath. This adjective is the first title word of a Stephen Vincent Benet poem that ends with the line, "Bury my heart a wounded knee." American. 20 on the bonus, here's toss-up 19. An exception name for this person was added to one state's 1924 one-drop rule. Camilla Townsend argued that this person was kidnapped after Japazat acceded to the demands of Samuel Argyle. Baron de la Warre arranged for this person to be presented at the court of...
Sacagawea? Oh.
No. Reading? To be presented at the court of James I. This person is best known by a nickname meaning ill-behaved child. A governor who issued the statement, "He that will not work shall not eat," prior to the starving time may have been saved by this person in a ceremony. After marrying a man who introduced tobacco into one colony, this person died in England before she could return to Virginia with John Rolfe. For 10 points, name is daughter of Powhatan, who may have saved John Smith from execution. That's it for 10.
Yeah, sorry.
No worries.
Your bonus. Robert Wanko pulled out one of these guns to protect Ronald Reagan during John Hinckley's assassination attempt. For 10 points each, name is submachine gun with a notable telescoping bolt, the first standard issue weapon of the IDF.
Uzi.
Uzis have wire examples of these parts that press against the shoulder. The 2017 Las Vegas shooting led to bans on bump types of these parts, enabled high rates of fire on semi-automatic rifles. The Uzi is still a standard weapon on these things owned by the Israeli company Zim. Mercenaries and PMSCs defend these things, which are often fitted with water cannons to deter attacks concentrated today near the Guadalfuni Channel.
Ships.
I will prompt.
Cargo ships.
30. And here's toss-up 20. The fourth movement of this symphony begins with timpani 16th note sextuplets in thirds with an unusual mallet alternation pattern. A repeating motif throughout this symphony is first introduced by the violins playing G, G, up to C, down to G, up to E, E, F, E, E, D. In English, horn and oboe play the ronde-va, to depict a conversation.
Symphony Fantastique.
20.
Nice.
Buzz.
Nice.
And your bonus. People of this ethnicity may fly flags with 5 concentric squares and consider cats unlucky because meow is spelled similarly to their word for poor. For 10 points each, there's ethnicity of an emperor who discovered a shining sword called Heaven's Will, won independence, then threw the sword to a gigantic turtle so it could return to the Dragon King.
What?
Vietnamese.
Vietnamese. Nice.
Vietnamese families place mirrors away from front doors and cover bathroom doors with paintings as part of this East Asian tradition of arranging the home to balance the flow of qi.
Feng Shui.
Feng Shui.
Yeah.
Feng Shui.
On this holiday, Vietnamese refuse to clean the home so as to not sweep out good luck. A bamboo cord called a kai nu is adorned with good luck charms, and children receive red envelopes with money during this Vietnamese New Year celebration.
Tet.
Tet.
Oh, Ted.
That's 30.
Literal portable meow meows.
That is what that offensive thing does.
Yeah. Because the offensive happened on 10, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's game.
Good game.
Great game.
Good
Final
Thank you
score,
for reading.
470 for Hunter, 280 for TJ. Great work. just congrats on all your accomplishments this year. My name is Gannon. I was the head editor of this set. I hope you're all enjoying it and having fun.
Very good.
We like it a
I'm
lot.
enjoying it.
Let's go. Nice.
I like the Reservoir Dogs stuff.
there we go.
Even though it's not on
Even
Reservoir
though-
Dogs,
even
you
though-
can hear the Reservoir Dogs
Even though I
split.
didn't buzz on the
Even though
Reservoir
it was
Dogs.
slightly problematic, you still enjoy it.
Yeah, and I didn't even hear the Reservoir Dogs. it
Oh my!
turns out.
How did you think of
Because there's a similar scene
just-
in
just-
Bonnie and Clyde and Reservoir
You're
Dogs.
flexing on us right now, Julia.
Yeah.
Our live stream, I don't know why I could think of that. Live
Okay.
streamer is,
Hi, Mike Bentley.
who's also an editor. Awesome. Well, I have everything ready to go. Both teams, y'all good to jump right into things?
Yeah.
Awesome. Toss-up number 1, 2 answers required. These 2 characters become vampires in a Jordan Galland film, which references a pun-filled W.S. Gilbert parody named for these people. These characters tell a man you'd be lost for words, you'd be tongue-tied, while threatening to cut out his tongue. These characters substitute different nouns in the phrase
Rosencrantz and Guildenstern.
yes for 20.
Nice.
Good buzz. Your bonus. In 2022, Mexican activists hacked the audio guides for a bright green artifact made of these objects currently held in Vienna for 10 points each. Name these things, which the Amenteca class wove into artworks. The Aztec goddess Coatlicue was magically impregnated by a ball of these things, out of which Huitzilopochtli was born.
feathers?
This goddess became enraged at her mother Coatlicue's pregnancy by feathers, but she is defeated by Huitzilopochtli, and her decapitated head is thrown into the air to become the moon. The Huitocali was excavated after the 1978 discovery of a stone depicting this goddess's dismembered body.
What's her name? Shoot. I knew it at one point. Say something.
Do you answer?
Quetzalcoatl.
No, it's Coyolxauhqui. This other Aztec god was known as the Feathered Serpent. His heart turned into Atlantis, Venus, after he sacrificed himself on a funeral pyre.
Quetzalcoatl.
That's 20. I also realized I forgot to read the sponsorship message.
No!
How could you?
Yeah,
Monkey.
I was so excited to get into things.
So how much was on the bench?
That was 20 on the bonus for the first and
she's
second.
not-
Do you want me to take an action?
I mean, first and third.
It's just so I have.
Oh.
Okay. And I
Wait,
Frog.
Afterward,
yeah, let's
Yeah.
Yeah. The sponsorship is from the International Quiz Bowl Tournament, so it's a following message. International Quiz Bowl Tournaments wishes the competitors of the NSC the best of luck this year. If you want more Quiz Bowl, NASAT is just 1 week away, and there's still time to enter a team. If you'd like more information, please contact Fred Moreland by emailing fred@iqbdnasat.com. It's online.
It's online.
It's online, yeah.
Joe was asking y'all.
Sorry
said
for
you
that
can.
interruption there. I didn't read before the
Can
game.
you?
I will go ahead and start
Can you?
with toss-up 2.
I can.
One of these figures stands under an arch in contrapposto style in a Greek-inspired depiction on a casket made from gold and inlaid rubies. One of these figures appears seated in a red sandstone sculpture from Le Chan that is the
A Buddha?
20.
Nice. Holy
Oh,
Shabuda.
yeah, we watched the.
And your bonus.
documentary.
In 1978, photographer Janet Parker was killed by this virus after a sample of it leaked through air ducts at a research hospital, seeding a mini outbreak in England. For 10 points each, name is Deadly Virus. Just 2 years later, in 1980, the WHO declared it had been eradicated.
The smallpox?
Smallpox, yeah.
Smallpox?
To prevent leaks, research on smallpox or Ebola can now only be conducted in the small number of labs that rate a 4 on this ranking system for the risk of biohazards. Its name is a 3-letter initialism.
BSL.
Good. In 2021, France declared a moratorium on research into these infectious agents after a researcher accidentally injected herself with a contaminated forceps and died of Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease.
What? Oh, isn't that a prion thing?
Yeah, yeah.
What, prions?
Nice.
30. That's a
Come on,
3.
guys.
Aldsworth and Bridgers found that keeping this variable constant at a factory caused workers to develop low-level sensory deprivation. An increase in this variable provided by moon towers increased commerce and was thought to
Is it light?
20.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, that's
Your bonus. L.L. Zamenhof's 1887 work Unua Libro outlined this language, which was inspired by Zamenhof's multilingual childhood in Białystok, Poland. For 10 points each, it was constructed auxiliary language designed for easy universal use.
Yeah.
Its name roughly translates to one who hopes in a Romance language.
Esperanto? Yeah.
In this film, Jewish shop signs such as that of a barber are rendered in Esperanto. Charlie Chaplin delivers a speech in favor of democracy in this film that criticizes Adolf Hitler.
the dictator.
Yeah. Yeah, direct.
What was the answer?
The
The great dictator.
Oh.
Yes, yeah.
Okay,
The
good.
great dictator.
Good, good.
Anna Tushinsky became known as the mother of Esperanto for her organizational work in this city. A crown and 2 white crosses on a red flag symbolize this free city that imposed customs over a corridor between Pomerania and East Prussia.
Danzig? Maybe
Yeah,
Derby City or Danzig
yeah.
today. Danzig?
30.
Come on, guys.
Toss up 4.
Let's go.
This quantity's transfer rate divided by the product of area in the driving force concentration difference equals this quantity's transfer coefficient, denoted K sub c. Choked flow imposes a limit on this quantity's time derivative. The equation d rho d T equals negative rho times the divergence of U describes the conservation of this quantity in the Euler equations of fluid dynamics. The logarithm of the ratio of this quantity's wet and dry forms appears in the Tsiolkovsky rocket.
Mass.
Yeah, for 10.
What is wet and dry mass?
And your bonus. Answering about the genre painter Peter Artson for 10 points each. One of Artson's most famous scenes shows this kind of stuff hanging in front of a painting of the Holy Family giving alms. A Velasquez portrait inspired a modern artist to place Innocent X between two pieces of this stuff.
It's like meat, like huge like slabs of meat. Okay. Meat.
The aforementioned painting by Artson depicts two fish forming this shape. This religious object is central to a white Marc Chagall painting which depicts a burning synagogue on its right.
Yeah, the cross.
And another genre scene by Artson, he painted a man dancing to a bagpipe while moving one of these objects in a chalk circle. A flower emerges from one of these objects being held by a hand in Dali's Metamorphosis of Narcissus.
One of these objects in the metamorphosis of Narcissus.
Any answer?
An elephant.
Oh no, it's an egg. 20 on the bonus, here's toss up 5.
Can I guess a question?
I have a score of 30 for St. Mark's, 140 for Belmont.
Okay. It's doable. Come on.
Here's 5.
Let's go.
This president's political opponents attacked him for handing over Hermione mutineer Thomas Nash to be hanged by the British in Jamaica. Publisher Matthew Lyon won re-election from jail after attacking the selfish avarice of this president. New taxes imposed by this man's...
John Adams.
Yes.
Nice.
I had to check and make sure that it was John Adams. Your bonus.
That's power.
That was 20, yeah.
Yes.
This author used his son Hikari as the basis for a novel whose narrator tries to find words like death for 10 points each. He was Japanese author of Rouse Up, O Young Men of the New Age, who are about 15 adolescent boys abandoned in a plague-stricken village and Nip the Buds, Shoot the Kids.
Oh, wait.
Due to his son having a suspected brain hernia, this protagonist of Always novel of personal matter replaces his son's diet of milk with sugared water.
Bird, I think. Bird.
Other OA character names include that of a boy in Rouse Up, O Young Men of the New Age, whose name derives from this depressed donkey that accompanies Winnie the Pooh in A.A. Milne short stories.
Eeyore.
Yeah, for 30.
Nice.
Toss up 6. A poem in this collection states that our own heart exceeds us and asks, think of the hands, how they rest without weight. In A.S. Klein's translation, this collection ends by describing the emotion that almost...
The Duino elegies.
Great buzz, 20.
Nice.
Your bonus. This phenomenon occurs when the sampling rate is less than the Nyquist rate for 10 points each. Name is phenomenon which signals in a sample are indistinguishable, leading to temporal artifacts like the stroboscopic effect and the wagon wheel effect.
What?
You know?
Can't work. That's not a thing.
It's aliasing. The Nyquist-Shannon sampling theorem gives that the Nyquist rate is twice the greatest value of this quantity present in a signal. This quantity can be measured in hertz.
Frequency? Yeah.
When sampling below Nyquist rate, aliasing can be mitigated by the application of these filters that attenuate frequencies in a signal that are greater than a given cutoff. Simple moving averages act as these filters in finite impulse response filters.
Oh, this came up before and I missed it.
Do you answer?
High pass.
No, it's low pass.
Oh. Close enough.
So 10 on the bonus.
Close.
Here's toss. Just wait till the doors close. There we go. Here's toss up 7.
Come on.
Thomas Friedman wrote an infamous op-ed admiring how this leader kept him up to 1:30 a.m. with new ideas for transforming his country. This avid gamer owns 96% of the gaming company SNK. As the youngest defense secretary in the world, this leader oversaw the disastrous Operation Restoring Hope in a neighboring country. This leader placed billionaires from the Talal family under house arrest for corruption in a Ritz-Carlton. As part of his
Mohammed bin Salman.
Yes, 10.
I forgot his name.
Here a bonus. A character horrifies an IWW secretary by proclaiming he wants to blow up all the steel in the world, then send a letter to Mildred signed by one of these animals. For 10 points each. Name is animals, one of which resembling Rodin's The Thinker kills Yank in the last scene of a 1922 play.
Rhinoceros? Yeah. Rhinoceros.
No, it's an ape. The hairy ape was created by this author who chronicled the Tyrone family in his play Long Day's Journey into Night.
Eugene O'Neill. Corrected.
The title character of this O'Neill play, an escaped convict and former Pullman porter, is killed in his last scene by a silver bullet while on the run.
Did they do Long Day's Journey or
Any
Iceman
answer?
Cometh or
Show you Iceman.
Defer?
The Iceman coming.
Say again?
The Iceman coming.
It was the Emperor Jones. 10 on the bonus. Here's toss up 8.
Time control.
Letter frequencies in this type of text are represented graphically on a web logo and numerically using a position weight matrix. FASTA files store this type of text, which is often provided alongside a chromatogram with green, red, blue, and black peaks. The letter N indicates lack of consensus at a position or motif in one of these strings. One of these strings is queried against a database in a blast search, which aligns these texts to identify SNPs.
So, DNA sequences.
Exactly.
It's what we didn't buy last year.
10. And your bonus.
That was 10, right?
Yes, that was for 10. A novel by Kan Shui draws on the author's time working in a specific profession. For 10 points each, give this two-word term for lightly trained medical workers that provided basic medical services to the Chinese countryside starting in the Cultural Revolution.
The name of these, so what physicians, like...
Need an answer?
Differ.
Rural nurses.
Oh, no, they're barefoot doctors. Although barefoot doctors increased health access in China, this event exposed many weaknesses in the Chinese health system. This epidemic killed at least 700 people in the early 2000s.
Early 2000s. SARS, original SARS?
Yeah, maybe.
SARS.
The term barefoot doctor was first used at the Chongqing People's Commune outside this city. The city in the Yangtze Delta is currently the most populous in China.
Shanghai. Yeah, Shanghai.
20.
Good one.
Let's toss up 9. With Carl Friedrich Abel, a composer with this first name, established a series of public benefits concerts. A composer with this first name worked in London. It was contrasted with his half-brother of the same last name, nicknamed for a different European city.
Christian.
No.
Oh, did you say last name?
I'll keep reading. Rising Broken C major chords open the first piece in a collection by a composer of this first name, organized by a rising chromatic pattern. That piece by a composer of this first name was used as the accompaniment line in Charles Gounod's Ave Maria. The BWV catalog includes works by a composer of this first name, who wrote a collection of 24 preludes and fugues in each major and minor key. For 10 points, give this first name of the German composer of the Well-Tempered Clavier.
Johann?
Yes, 10. Your bonus. Despite being founded in 1900, this orchestra won its first Grammy in 2022 for their recording of 2 of Florence Price's symphonies, for 10 points each. It was an American orchestra that was the first to make music recordings using electric technology. This orchestra performed the music for Disney's Fantasia.
Is it LA Philharmonic? New York Philharmonic? Which one?
New York.
New York Philharmonic.
Philadelphia.
Oh,
The Philadelphia
bravo.
Orchestra's first electrical recording was of Danse Macabre by Camille Sasson, which uses this wooden keyboard percussion instrument pitched higher than the marimba to invoke the dancing of skeletons.
I think so. Xylophone?
The orchestra was led in its heyday by Leopold Stokowski, who famously conducted in this manner. Pierre Boulez conducted in this manner, and Valery Gergiev often conducts either in this manner or with a toothpick.
With, yeah, maybe with his hands?
Nice.
For 20.
Or
Toss
like,
up 10. This region was home to the Greek-speaking Gothic state of Theodoro. Suleiman...
Crimea.
Yeah.
Nice thoughts.
Jesus.
Your bonus. A reaction mechanism can be chosen from a list of candidates by measuring the dependence of this quantity on concentration at time equals 0, for 10 points each. Name is quantity that usually follows an integer exponent power law with concentration. Empirical laws named for this quantity are written in both differential and integrated forms.
Rate loss.
Okay, yeah.
Rate loss.
Another way to narrow down a list of mechanisms is to measure this effect. In this effect, deuterium substitution only slows down a reaction if proton transfer is rate limiting.
I have no clue.
Oh, wait.
Transfer reaction.
Need an answer?
Differ.
Transfer reaction.
No, it's called the kinetic isotope effect. Biochemists suss out reaction mechanisms using isotopes like tritium or carbon-14, which are easy to detect because they have this property. Marie Curie discovered elements that have this property.
Radioactive.
Yeah.
Radioactive.
Oh, okay. For 20.
I'm sorry.
I was like, no, you're good. I was like,
Did you just say sus?
what was that?
Did you just say sus in your
No,
packet?
we're not.
I did say
We're not
sus.
again.
I thought I heard a giggle from over here. I was like, okay.
What's a
good.
half as well? We just scored.
So, at half, I have a score of Belmont for 200, St. Mark's 170. A phenomenal first half.
Okay, come on.
That was insane first time, though. Okay,
Oh,
what do we do?
Toss up 11. This novel's opening author's note states that it was begun in Trondheim and finished in San Francisco while its author was on a tour of the world's penal and correctional institutions. This novel's first paragraph describes climbing 7 miles to Carisbrooke via a lovely road that runs from Ixopo into...
Cry the beloved country.
Great buzz,
Yes.
20. Your bonus. Exact phrase required. A book titled for this 2-word phrase describes an author's perception of John Locke as a symbol of evil, superstition, and tyranny, and elucidated his mythology to argue that he was not mad. For 10 points each, give this 2-word phrase. One poem's first stanza asks, what a mortal hand or eye could frame this 2-word phrase?
I'm pretty sure the word is fearful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Fearful symmetry.
Fearful Symmetry is an analysis by this Canadian thinker who divided fiction into modes and proposed 5 levels of symbolism in his 1957 book, Anatomy of Criticism.
Yeah, so the HSCT mod told me this was important.
I don't know.
It was right.
The answer?
No,
Smith.
It's Northrop Frye.
Right, yeah.
Frye's Fearful Symmetry is an analysis of this English poet of songs of innocence and experience.
Blake.
Yeah. 20. Toss of 12.
Come on.
A thinker born in this modern-day country left unfinished the doctrine of reconciliation, part of his enormous work, Church Dogmatics. A 20th century religious leader from this country wrote a commentary on Romans that greatly influenced the foundation of the theology of crisis. That thinker from this country, a founder of the Confessing Church, was named Karl Barth. A religious leader from this modern-day country defended the eating of sausages during Lent.
Switzerland.
20.
Nice.
Good
Oh,
boss.
is it 20?
Oh, I see what.
Your bonus. Answer the following about the Kingdom of Leon getting larger for 10 points each. Leon's borders grew in the first half of this 781-year period of Christian expansion over Muslim kingdoms in Iberia.
The Reconquista.
In 924 CE, Leon emerged as... In 924 CE, Leon emerged as a consolidation of former states of this kingdom. The heir to the Spanish throne is known as the Prince of this mountainous region, which resisted Moorish conquest in the Battle of Covadonga.
No,
it's like this thing up here.
The
Valencia.
answer?
Valencia.
It's Asturias. After Leon's Alfonso the Brave conquered Toledo, a school for this activity was founded in the city's cathedral. In England, both John Wycliffe and William Tyndale attracted the ire of the church for engaging this heretical activity.
Translating the Bible.
Yep.
Translating the Bible.
Yep, for 20. Toss up 13.
Come on.
Electronic energies in these elements are measured by differential of quanta, or dq. These elements as orbitals are renamed for 2 Girata symmetry groups when they bond along the...
Transition metals.
Phenomenal.
Yes, sir!
Bro, good book.
Your bonus. Lars Onsanger used a transfer matrix method to analytically solve a model describing this phenomenon in 2D. For 10 points each, name is a phenomenon that is modeled by a lattice of interacting spins in the icing model.
Yeah,
in nature, this phenomenon typically has no net effect because it only occurs within microscopic domains.
Ferromagnetism.
Yes, the 2D icing model is one of the simplest models that can exhibit these processes, exemplified by sublimation and deposition.
Phase changes.
Phase changes.
The icing model is often studied with these numerical simulation methods, exemplified by the Metropolis Hastings algorithm that traverse a system's state space with stochastic steps that depend only on the current state.
State mod. I don't know. I don't even know. State.
Defer.
State.
These are Markov chain Monte Carlo methods. 20 in the bonus. Here's toss up 14. During a famine caused by one of these events, Yahya Khan notoriously told victims to eat roti rather than rice to recover. A casino called the Balinese Room opened after one of these events, ended a Victorian golden era in the Wall Street of the Southwest. One of these events that coincided with a war prompted Ravi Shankar to hold a relief concert.
A famine?
No.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Keep reading. Ravi Shankar to hold a relief concert. The deadliest one of these events in history, called Bola, contributed to Bangladeshi independence. A large wall was built following one of these events in 1900 that killed over 6,000 people in Galveston. During one of these events in 2005, many people took shelter in the Superdome. For 10 points, New Orleans was devastated by what type of natural disaster named Katrina?
Hurricane.
Yeah, for 10.
That's fine.
Your bonus. Creating an economy that can grow without accentuating this problem is a goal of decoupling. For 10 points each, name is general problem, which many countries have tried to address by imposing a carbon tax to reduce greenhouse gas emissions.
Climate change.
Either or. This market-based policy has been introduced in China and the EU to address climate change. It involves limiting corporate emissions and allowing organizations to exchange carbon
Cap and
allocations.
trade.
Yeah.
Cap
Yeah.
and trade.
In This Changes Everything, this Canadian author argues that climate change cannot be addressed by neoliberal capitalism. This writer also described how right-wing economic policies are opportunistically implemented during times of social upheaval in The Shock Doctrine. The answer?
Smith.
Naomi Klein.
Yeah.
20 in the bonus. Here's toss up 15. A set of sessions by a player of this instrument, accompanied by Benny Goodman's band, were collected on the 1972 album Solo Flight. The Wynton Kelly Trio album, Smokin' at the Half Note, was recorded with a musician who played this instrument and includes one of his standards titled 4-on-6. One player of this instrument had two left fingers fused together due to burns and composed the standard nuage. That Roma musician...
The guitar.
10. Nice. Good list. You're a bonus.
Jazz guitar.
Indian sadhus imported as laborers may have influenced the natural treatment of this hairstyle in communities following Ital. For 10 points each, it was hairstyle inspired by Nazarite vows. This hairstyle's name may derive from Iriak words used to indicate that it symbolized the line of Judah.
The Rasta dreadlocks.
Huh? Yep, we should go with this.
Rasta dreadlocks.
Messianic dreads name one of the mansions of this Jamaican religion that opposes the down-pression of Babylon.
Rastafarianism.
Dreadlocks are worn to these gatherings that involve smoking ganja and are sometimes named for the Queen Nyabinghi. A holy day that shares its name with these gatherings celebrates Haile Selassie's 1966 visit to Jamaica.
Okay, yeah, defer.
Ground nations.
Yeah, great job.
Yes, sir.
Can I have a 10 out?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Could we also get a score check while we're
Yeah.
at it? I love literature.
Cindy, I jinx it saying this.
Both teams, we ready to keep going?
Yeah.
Cool. Here's toss-up 16. One woman known for this trait is told to eat noodles vomited up by beggars. In another story, that woman born with 6 hairs obtained this trait by eating only silicate. A series of trials that involved returning gold utensils and guarding goats allowed a man who had the yellow millet dream to obtain this trait. The Queen Mother of the West co-hosts Feast.
Just immortality?
Yeah, it's it for 20.
Okay, no more jinxes.
And your bonus.
Is that literature? Or is that
The temperance movement in the city took off a member of the Jenks family. The temperance movement in the city took off after a member of the Jenks family refused to drink a glass of wine to celebrate her wedding. For 10 points each. Name the city where the Declaration of Sentiments was signed during an 1848 event attended by Lucretia Mott.
Yeah, Seneca Falls.
This Seneca Falls native edited the temperance newspaper, The Lily, where she advocated the wearing of a Turkish dress.
Is this Bloomer? Is that
Sure.
what Bloomer is?
Yeah.
Bloomer?
A 75th anniversary commemoration of the convention included a march from Seneca Falls to Rochester, where this woman was arrested for voting in 1872. The 19th Amendment is sometimes named for this woman, who appears on a dollar coin.
Susan B. Anthony.
Oh, yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Susan
Susan
B.
B. Anthony.
Dirty.
Nice.
Come on, guys.
Toss up 17. This author ended the book by questioning the meaning of a so tiny a being as the sea lace. Dorothy Freeman potentially began a romantic relationship with this author after moving to a seaside cottage in Maine. This author wrote a book which describes a strange blight of white granular powder in its first chapter, A Fable for Tomorrow. This author won...
Morrison.
Yeah. for
Oh,
20
that's
points.
nice.
Toni Morrison.
And your bonus. Critics of this play suggested that its plot was based on his author's marriage to Armande Béjart, the illegitimate daughter of his mistress. For 10 points each, name his play in which Arnulf plans to marry his ward Agnes, who ends up falling for Horace instead.
We're in Moliere. The school
Answer.
for wives.
Yes.
Nice.
okay.
The author of The School for Wives had earlier prompted threats of excommunication by writing this other play, in which Orgon was the title religious fraudster.
Tartuffe.
This French playwright wrote The School for Wives in Tartuffe.
Moliere.
30.
Could we get a score check?
Yes. I have a score of 370 for Belmont, 290 St. Mark's.
Okay, come on. Let's go.
All right, toss up 18.
Let's go.
A rapid construction method developed under this ruler made use of standardized talatot blocks. This ruler was accused of sending gold-plated wooden statues instead of solid gold ones in letters sent by King Tushratta of Mitanni. This ruler held a said festival on...
Ramses the Great.
No.
Sorry.
Don't worry.
Oh, it's not that.
You're older.
That was fine.
I'll keep reading. Held a said festival unusually early in his reign, possibly indicating they initially co-ruled with his father, Amenhotep III. The artist Thutmose depicted this ruler's wife in a polychrome limestone bust. At this ruler's capital of Amarna, archaeologists found a relief depicting this ruler worshipping a disc with hands emanating from it. For 10 points, he was husband of Nefertiti and father of Tutankhamun, a pharaoh who promoted monotheistic worship of the sun god Aten.
Akhenaten.
Yeah, for 10. Your bonus. These structures were discovered by European modernists after Alma Mahler took photos of some on a tour of the U.S. that were later published by Walter Gropius. For 10 points each, name these structures. Charles Demuth painted a concrete and steel example of one of these structures in Lancaster, Pennsylvania in his painting My Egypt.
factories.
Oh no, it's a grain silo. This architect includes some of Mahler's photos of grain silos in his book Towards a New Architecture. This modernist advocated for the radiant city.
What city?
Mais Venturo.
Okay.
Mais Venturo.
No, it's Le Corbusier.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Grain silos were a common subject. Grain silos were a common subject in constructivism, an art movement that flourished in this country. The poster "Beat the Whites of the Red Wedge" supported this country's Bolshevik party.
Okay, USSR.
Yes, for 10.
It's fine. I should have.
Toss up 19. This book imagines a mind wandering from an ongoing war to Roman pennies to illustrate what it calls a train of thought. Like St. Anselm, this book references the Psalms in a passage refuting a fool who has said in his heart that there's no such thing as justice. This book argues that we should always seek peace and keep our contracts in a list of laws of nature. This book's vision of its title subject as an artificial man, though of greater stature than the natural, is literally illustrated on its frontispiece. This book argues that we should form a commonwealth under...
Leviathan.
10.
Oh, that's yes.
What did she say?
Your bonus. The Hougoumont Hotel in this city is named for the last convict ship to arrive in Australia. For 10 points each, named a state capital that grew rapidly following a gold discovery at Kalgoorlie. This city is once the capital of the Swan River colony.
It's somewhere in Canada. This is, I think,
Calgary.
Need an answer?
Calgary.
Oh no, it's Perth. British convict
no,
ships
I was
ceased
right, sorry.
operating with the closure of a convict station in this place. The Peace of Utrecht formalized British control of Minorca and that strategically important territory at the entrance to the Mediterranean.
Gibraltar.
There we go. Many of the convicts on the Hougoumont had participated in the 1867 Fenian Rising, just like this city's martyrs who were executed for bombing a police van. The Guardian was founded in this city following the Peterloo Massacre.
So Manchester?
Yeah.
Yes. For 20.
What's the score?
I have 400 for Belmont, 310 for St. Mark's.
Sorry, say again.
400 for Belmont, 310 for St. Mark's.
Last toss
Two
up.
to go?
Yes.
One to go. Okay.
One.
Yeah, here it is.
Toss of 20.
This type of radiation is reflected at shallow angles via grazing incidence optics and Wolter telescopes. The first comprehensive survey of the sky for this type of radiation was performed by a satellite proposed by Ricardo Giacconi Uhuru. Binaries featuring a donor star and an acceptor neutron star or black hole predominantly emit this type of radiation. Depending on its energy, this type of radiation can be hard or soft. This type of radiation is studied by NASA's Chandra Observatory. The black hole in
X-ray?
Yes.
Nice. Nice.
For 10, your bonus. It's not the Caribbean, but over 200 divers have drowned while traversing the arch in a blue hole in this body of water, for 10 points each. In this body of water where snorkelers explore the sunken city artificial coral reef near Hurghada, an Egyptian port city south of the Sinai Peninsula.
So Red Sea.
Okay. Yeah.
Red Sea.
The remains of the Umbria in this country's largest Red Sea port is a popular shipwreck diving spot. This country's rapid support forces evolved from Abara and Bagara militias in its west.
Yeah. Sudan.
Red Sea divers can spot these animals performing cultivation grazing on seagrass beds. Northern Australia is a hotspot for this marine animal and relative of the manatee.
Dugong.
Yeah,
Nice.
for 30.
Nice.
Good game, guys.
Final score, 440 Belmont, 310 St. Mark's. Great game, both teams.
Thank you.
Churchill.
We're defeated.
Hoodie gang.
Hoodie gang.
Okay,
Wow.
okay.
So look,
Hoodie gang, everyone put on
grid.
it.
We have grid.
We haven't joined the hoodie gang.
No, I'm
have
like
it.
having inside strip underneath, and like my hoodie is pulling in all the incline, so I'm absorbing all the incline. And
like,
it's helping
Let's do a
me.
buzzer
Like,
check.
you're
We
reading.
have Alvin.
Yeah.
Thank you. We have Kevin. We have Aaron. We got Andy. Thank you. We got Colin. We got Charles. We got Rohan. We got Michael. Well, awesome. Well, first and foremost, huge congrats on making top bracket in NSC and for just making it here. I hope you're all having fun.
Yep.
My name is Gannon. I head edited the set. I hope you're enjoying it. And our live stream guru is
Hi, Mike Finley.
awesome. I have the packet loaded. Y'all ready to rock and roll?
Yes.
Cool. Best of luck to both teams. Here's toss up one. In 2011, a former ruling dynasty of this modern-day country hired Cambridge historian Christopher Clark to write a report justifying the family's claims to reside in historical palaces. One school of historiography argues that this country went from monarchy to democracy on a special path. The so-called 2.0 version of the historians' dispute in this country centers on whether it applied lessons from the Herero genocide to Europe. This country's November criminals were denounced in its stab-in-the-back myth. That is...
Germany.
Yeah.
Wait, Germany?
Yeah,
Germany.
yeah,
Because like after they.
This organization provided $1,200 for a woman to travel to Shanghai and meet her mother's long-lost children for 10 points each. It was a fictional organization headed by George Su that was founded in San Francisco in 1949. During a meeting of this organization, Jing Mei took her deceased mother's place at a mahjong table.
Joy Luck Club.
While telling parables about recognizing evil, a grandmother believes a laughing baby is a reincarnation of this goddess. The last section of the Joy Luck Club is named for this goddess.
Yeah. Kitchen. God.
No, it's the Queen Mother.
Oh, I don't
This Chinese-American author of The Kitchen God's Wife also wrote the Joy Luck Club. Yeah, for 20.
Was that a power?
No, that's 10.
Okay. Yeah.
Here's toss up 2. One story by this author, people who do not believe that the title figure is omnipotent are threatened with homelessness. COVID-19 lockdowns popularized a story by this author about Vashti and Kuno, who video call from isolated chambers. A story by this author ends with the body of the Stom, Mr. Septimus Bonds, being found hurled from a considerable height after a boy takes him to meet Achilles on the title carriage. This author of The Machine Stops and The Celestial
Forster.
Yeah,
Nice. Good job.
for 10.
I know who wrote that.
Your bonus. In 2022, newly elected Kenyan President William Ruto overturned a decade-long ban on these products and called for importing 10 million bags for them. For 10 points each, name these products. In March 2023, the Mexican government banned import of the BT form of one of these products widely used in the U.S.
Bro, what?
BT?
Plastic bag. Or maybe it's like drugs.
Oh, yeah.
What? No, drugs.
No, it's GMOs. Kenyan opposition leader Raila Odinga has accused Ruto of being a puppet of this man for ending the GMO ban. This philanthropist wrote the books How to Avoid a Climate Disaster and How to Prevent the Next Pandemic.
Dude.
Stop!
Bill Gates, maybe.
Oh, wait, yeah.
Okay,
Sure.
Gates.
Nice.
This country's ban on GMOs as part of a disastrous campaign of organic farming ultimately led to a 2022 uprising, where protesters stormed the house of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa in his capital of Colombo.
Sri Lanka.
Yeah,
Sri Lanka.
20. House of 3. Umar established one form of this practice called fitrana that is based on a sa'a of dates or barley. In addition to their namesake action, the apostates refused to perform this activity after the death of Muhammad, resulting in the Ridda Wars. It is disputed whether this...
Giving charity.
Yeah, for
Nice.
Your bonus.
I ain't giving charity.
According to gate control theory, this structure's dorsal horn screens out slow-moving painful stimuli when faster, non-painful stimuli are also present. For 10 points each, name is tube of nervous tissue that links to the brain and the central nervous system.
Spinal cord.
Gate theory proposes that the noxious stimuli are screened out by inhibitory signals passed through these neurons, which link sensory neurons to motor neurons and reflex arcs in the CNS.
Interneurons.
Gate theory was invigorated by the discovery of a peripheral pain receptors like TRPV1, which are induced in the lab using this chemical. This natural product from a plant is used in topical creams to treat peripheral neuropathy.
Oh no, maybe it's like atropine. What? Okay, try it. Atropine.
It is capsaicin.
Oh.
20 on the bonus, here's toss up 4. Alex Steinweiss innovated the widespread usage of these artworks in the 1940s. One of these artworks is designed as a mock newspaper claiming to contain the work of the genius Gerald Bostock and partly titled The Linwell Advertiser. One of these artworks by Roger Dean depicts a wooden spaceship flying around a splitting planet Earth. A collage featuring cardboard cutouts of Marlon Brando and Marilyn Monroe is included in one of these works designed by Peter Blake. One of these works contains the instruction...
Album cover.
Yes.
Nice. Oh.
Last word of power for 20.
Wow.
Your bonus.
So
Description acceptable. A god's huge appetite and fierce eyes while performing this action are explained away as a result of eagerness for a wedding. For 10 points each, he was action achieved with the help of the bristling necklace, which Thor takes to get his hammer back from a giant who seeks Freya's hand in marriage.
Killing someone. Right, killing the whatever giant. Yeah, what's a giant?
Killing the giant.
The answer?
Name a giant.
I can't name it.
No. It's dressing is a woman. This frost giant ransoms Mjolnir in exchange for Freya's hand in marriage. This giant is killed by Thor immediately after he gets his hammer back.
Dude, I'm blanking on his name. It's like
Keep thinking.
the Alfie.
Okay.
Answer?
The Alfie.
It's Thrym. This Norse god of mischief convinces Thor to dress as a woman to get Mjolnir back.
Loki.
Yeah. Pretend.
Loki goes forward.
Shut up. That's a 5. A canonical example of an integrating factor is a calculation of an exact differential of this quantity using the reciprocal of temperature. This quantity is the thermodynamic potential of the micro-canonical ensemble. The ratio between changes in specific forms of this quantity and volume gives the slope of coexistence curves in the Clapeyron equation. The Clausius theorem gives that an integral of a change in this quantity expresses negative delta Q over T must be greater than or equal to...
Entropy.
Yeah, nice.
Good job.
Your bonus. The Magua, a men's jacket used in this activity, became standard dress worn during the Qing dynasty. For 10 points each, name this activity that was unusually taught to Manchu noblewomen. In the Song dynasty, a road to Tibet to trade tea for supplies necessary for this activity was established.
T. It's like, I think, horse riding.
Oh, okay.
Horseback riding?
Nice.
Unlike Han women, the Manchus did not subject women to this painful practice. Because he did not undergo this practice, Manchu women could wear wooden-soled boots while horse riding.
Full body.
This woman popularized the use of the Liangbao Tou headpieces to distinguish Manchu women from Han Chinese. This mother of the Tongxi emperor was the main power behind the throne during the late Qing dynasty.
Sushi, right? What? Sushi.
Okay, sure.
Oh, sushi.
Yes,
Good.
for 30.
Good job. Keep going.
Toss up 6. So-called funeral runners traveled around this state hoping to feast on a raisin-filled funeral pie baked during a red-up. The protagonist of Maniac McGee enjoys the butterscotch crimpus made by Tasty Cake in this state. William Boyce Weaver's book on the food lore and fake lore of this state is titled for the...
New York?
Oh, no. Keep reading. It's titled for the Shoofly Pie. In the state, cross-street rivals Pat's and Gino sell a product that is often sold Whiz-Wit, meaning it has Cheese Whiz added. Candy-shaped lamps light a town in this state founded by milk chocolate entrepreneur Milton Hershey. Yeah. And no bonus. According to Alfred Wolff, this woman exhibited alongside 5 or 6 lunatics at the first Impressionist exhibition. For 10 points each, name was Impressionist who rests her arm on a railing in Edouard Manet's painting The Balcony. This artist also painted The Cradle and On the Terrace. This American Impressionist painted scenes of motherhood similar to Marceau's, including her painting The Child's Bath. Impressionists, including Marceau and Cassatt, were greatly influenced by the art of this country, which led to a phenomenon known by a French term ending with the suffix isma. Paintings from this country feature in the background of Van Gogh's painting Portrait of Père Tanguy.
Japan.
Yeah, 30.
Nice.
House of 7. Adrian Schoolcraft revealed that this organization manipulated data from a program that originated as Jack Maple's Charts of the Future. A whistleblower within this organization who testified to the NAP Commission was named Frank Serpico. This
NYPD.
Yeah, it was, for 20. You're a bonus. One of these people, called Mamadou Kouyaté, was the source of the standard version of a poem which depicts one of these people called Bala Faseke, for 10 points each, named these West African bards who preserve poems such as the Epic of Sundiata.
Griots.
The way griots recite poems in order to pass stories down the generations exemplifies this type of tradition contrasted with written tradition. Oral traditions likely informed the version of this Ethiopian national epic written in Ge'ez in the 13th century. This epic describes the provenance of the Ark of the Covenant. Yeah, great job.
Nice.
Toss up 8. In the net formula of the catch cycle, 2 moles of this molecule react in vitro to form a mole of glyoxylate. This molecule is stored at extremely high concentrations inside chlamydomonas, pyrenoids, and cyanobacterial microcompartments. This molecule slowly adds to the 5-carbon acid RuBP and splits it into 2 molecules.
So, CO2.
Yeah, nice. 20.
Good job.
Great buzz. Your bonus. As one about the year 536 CE, which may possibly be the worst year in human history, for 10 points each. A likely cause of the year's incredibly long winter was one of these events. Another one of these events, originating from Tamboran, Indonesia, caused the year without a summer. One candidate for the volcano that caused the winter is this modern-day country's Ilopango volcano. Archbishop Oscar Romero was murdered in this country in 1980.
El Salvador.
The winter likely contributed to the collapse of this empire, which had been repeatedly invaded by the White Huns. This Indian empire oversaw a golden age of Sanskrit literature.
Nice.
Say again? Yeah.
Good job.
30.
Good stuff.
Toss up 9. This poet suggested waiting for 9 years before publishing one's work in a poem that notes that a word once sent abroad can never return. This poet complained about weighty openings that have purple patches tacked on, and a poem written in hexameters that notes that is as painting, so is poetry. The first of 4 books of a collection by this poet notes, now is the time for drinking.
Horse.
Yeah, for 20.
Wait, who was that?
That was Horace for 20. Your bonus. In a story by this author, Philippa tells the title character, how you will enchant the angels after she prepares a meal for 10 points each. And was author of Babette's Feast, was a write about her time at a Kenyan farm in a 1937 memoir.
Karen Blixen.
Yes. In Babette's Feast, Philippa and her sister are surprised that Babette intends to continue living with her despite this event a few weeks earlier, which only occurs thanks to which only occurs thanks to an annual action of Babette's old Parisian friend.
Won the lottery, right? She won the lottery. Okay.
Denison's other short fiction includes a set of 7 tales held in English for this genre, which is characterized, for 30.
Best packet.
Toss up 10. Sutherland in Tuziari's biography reveals how the subject of this painting crossed the Atlantic 11 times and regularly made lunches for visitors to a Chelsea studio. A 1934 holiday stamp version of this painting added a vase of flowers but removed a print of the Thames from the wall. This painting shares most of its formal title with a later portrait of Thomas Carlyle. In the Musée d'Orsay,
Whistler's mother.
20.
Nice. Good one.
Sounded right.
Your bonus. This film movement arguably came to an end after a censorship law was passed by Giulio Andreotti, who felt that these films were dirty laundry that shouldn't be washed and hung to dry in the open. For 10 points each, it was an Italian film movement that includes Vittorio De Sica's Umberto D and Bicycle Thieves.
Oh my god, what's the movement called?
Is it like the one cut thing? No.
The answer?
Like one cut.
No, it's neorealism. Neorealist classic Rome Open City won the Palme d'Or at the 1946 iteration of this French film festival. Italian neorealism influenced this future Indian director of the Ravi Shankar-scored Apu trilogy, which includes Pater Panchali and Aparajito.
Do we have anything?
I don't know.
Ganguly.
It is Satyajit Ray. 10 on the bonus.
I don't have
Don't count it. All right, at half, I have 340 for Barrington, 50 for Winston Churchill.
About yeah.
Y'all good?
Yeah.
Cool. Here's 11.
Let's go.
In one story, this figure's son, Laertes, made travelers reap corn, then beheaded them with a scythe. This figure's father, Gordius, was made king after bringing this figure into town on a wagon. After disagreeing with Tmolus, this figure started wearing a turban, only for a barber to whisper about it into...
Midas.
20. Good boys.
Oh yeah.
Andy. Your bonus. A holiday celebrating these things is supported by Leviticus chapter 19, verse 23, which specifies a 3-year wait period before taking from these things. For 10 points each, name these things, which are celebrated during the holiday of Tu Bishvat. In Islam, one of these things called Tuba is located in Jannah.
Oh, it's like
Wait, Jannah is
it's like a not
well.
What did I say? Well.
And it's a tree. In this tradition, 10 or 11 nodes appear in the Etz Chaim, a diagram that translates as Tree of Life and connects Sephirot. Ein Sof is studied in this branch of Jewish mysticism.
Kabbalah there.
This animal tempts Eve to eat fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. God subsequently curses this animal to crawl on his belly.
Snake there.
Yeah, for 20.
Bruh.
That is an animal that crawls on his belly. Toss of 12. These structures are built by a machine steered by gripper shoes attached to thrust cylinders. That machine is the gripper TBM. Beater W. Barlow patented a shield used in conjunction with compressed air to protect new portions of these structures, which must be reinforced within their stand-up times. A method for venting noxious gases from these...
Mines.
No. I'll keep reading. A method for venting noxious gases from these structures was developed by Clifford Milbert Holland, who oversaw the construction of many of them in New York City. The cut and cover method for building these structures begins with digging trenches. Modular construction of these structures can be performed with immersed tubes. The Boring Company produces, for 10 points, what cylindrical underground passageways that can house subway systems?
Tunnels.
That's it for 10.
That's what those are.
Your bonus. Your bonus. Nick Holniak's 1962 invention of the laser type of these devices preceded the invention of their light-emitting type, for 10 points each. Name these electrical components that conduct in only one direction.
Diode.
Another early diode was the Fleming valve, which allows the current to flow only via this phenomenon upon heating of the cathode, which is separated from the anode by a vacuum. This phenomenon was rediscovered by Thomas Edison as a reason for uneven blackening of light bulbs.
The heck?
Any answer?
Ion effect.
It's called the thermionic emission.
Okay.
Fleming valves were commonly used as this type of device that converts alternating current into direct current. These devices have the opposite function of inverters.
Rectifier.
Yeah, number 20. Keep going. How's it 13? A character in this novel resents his mother for only caring about her cat and frames the protagonist for killing it. This novel's protagonist is beaten by her mother for dropping a blueberry cobbler on the floor. In this novel, the prostitutes Maginot Line, China, and Poland live above the protagonist's apartment. The protagonist of this novel envies the actress Shirley Temple.
Yeah, the bluest eye.
That's it for 10.
Nice.
Oh, we're
I
at
was thinking that-
100% power percentage.
It was right out of here, yeah.
I was thinking that was
Your bonus. An ecstatic lecture begins by noting that whether or not you perform this action, you'll regret it. For 10 points each, names action whose aesthetic validity Judge Wilhelm defends in a book by Danish philosopher Søren Kierkegaard. Many of Kierkegaard's books address his sudden decision to not engage in this practice in 1841.
Wait, in practice.
Practice in 1840.
Sure.
Believing in God.
Something you really regret is marriage.
Oh.
Judge Wilhelm defends marriage in this first Kierkegaard book, which now refers to the choice between the aesthetic and the ethical realms.
It's like either or. Fear or trembling?
Or is it either or? I don't know.
Which one do you want?
Fear and trembling.
Either or. In Fear and Trembling, Kierkegaard elliptically compares his decision to not marry Regine Olsen to a leap of this concept. Atheists sometimes define this concept as belief without evidence.
Faith.
Yeah, for 10. How's it 14? In 1494, Giovanni Pico della Mirandola wrote a polemic against this discipline's judicial branch. Abu Mashar collected thousands of charts in this discipline he called flowers and paired with medicinal herbs. A 1930 Sunday Express article about Princess Margaret was the first of many popular newspaper articles in this discipline criticized for leveraging the Barnum effect. The dragon's head and the dragon's tail are two lunar nodes important in this discipline. One common practice in this discipline is creating a natal chart that considers...
Acupuncture?
No. It's creating a natal chart that considers aspects, a term for the planets' angles to each other. For 10 points, name this pseudoscientific discipline.
Astrology.
Such a Gemini bonus. Your bonus. In colloid physics, this term refers to the repulsion between particles to prevent agglomeration. For 10 points each, the attractive van der Waals forces between nonpolar molecules are usually named for Fritz London. What physical process?
Oh, dispersion. Yeah, dispersion.
Just as electrostatics prevents colloids from glooping together, this principle opposes molecular dispersion forces. In other words, this principle explains why fermionic matter does not just collapse into a condensate. Yes.
Exclusion principle.
Whereas the colloidal dispersion force scales at the average particle radius, the London dispersion force scales at the average of this molecular property. When expressed in electron volts, the Rydberg constant equals this quantity for a hydrogen atom.
What? I don't know.
Polarizability.
No, it's ionization energy. 20 on the bonus. Here's toss of 15.
Just listen.
These words as property of inclusivity allows many Asian languages to distinguish between inclusive and exclusive types of them. A 2020 book by Dennis Barron titled for these words describes how a now common usage of them was frequently employed by Shakespeare.
Like pronouns?
20.
They
I was
bad,
gonna butt
right?
in.
They
No,
bad.
no, it's we inclusive and inclusive. I'm so mad.
Your bonus. Anthemius of Tralles reportedly pranked his neighbor Zeno by shooting this substance through leather tubes in his parlor to create mini earthquakes. For 10 points each, name the substance that powered Hero's engine, also called the Eolophile, much like the engines developed a millennia later to launch the Industrial Revolution.
Steam.
This Roman engineer described the Eleopile in a treatise where he also lists utilitas, firmitas, and venustas as important attributes of the title discipline.
Maybe it's Vitruvius. That's my guess. Vitruvius. Okay.
Vitruvius also described these siege weapons, which use two thick cords to provide the tension needed to shoot a javelin. Repeating examples of these weapons were called polybolos.
That sounds good. Is it just both?
Yeah.
Ballista?
30.
Nice.
Toss of 16. Starred and trident motifs are often found in the pillar crypts of this civilization, whose other cult furniture include horns of consecration. Luigi Pernier discovered an object on which these people stamped hieroglyphics in a spiral pattern. The marine style was used for some of these peoples' Kamara's wares. This civilization's treasury of Atreus is an early example of a beehive.
Like Mycenian?
No.
Oh.
was an early example of a beehive tomb. This civilization produced the Phaistos disc, may have declined after a tsunami from a volcanic eruption at Thera. These people used a linear A script and produced numerous frescoes of people leaping over bulls. Arthur Evans excavated one of this civilization's palaces in...
Might know when.
For 10.
Yeah.
And here's your bonus. Earl Young pioneered this pattern, which appears in songs like Another One Bites the Dust. For 10 points each, it is a rhythmic pattern commonly used in electronic dance music. In this pattern, the bass drum is hit on every beat in 4/4 time.
Yeah, but what's it called?
There's like, there's a name for that.
Yeah, what's the name for that? I don't
Need an
know.
answer?
Beat.
It's called Four on the Floor. This genre of dance music popularized the Four on the Floor pattern in songs like The Bee Gees' Stayin' Alive. This genre, which was targeted in a 1979 Demolition Night, was portrayed in the movie Saturday Night Fever. This genre of dance music, which evolved from disco at a namesake underground club in Chicago, uses electronic drum machines to play a Four on the Floor pattern. This genre broke into the mainstream through Madonna's single Vogue.
Could be house. House or techno.
House.
Yeah, good job. Because it's called The Warehouse.
Yeah.
20 in the bonus. Here's toss-up 17. Clay with a high concentration of this mineral is more susceptible to dunting when firing a kiln because it changes from its alpha to its beta form at 573 degrees Celsius. To save cost, PZT is sometimes used to replace this mineral in the system developed by George W. Pierce. This mineral is the most resistant to weathering on the Golditch dissolution series. Yeah, for 10. Your bonus. That's for 10. The reverse Feigenbaum constant is the limiting ratio of bifurcation intervals between events at which this quantity doubles. For 10 points each, name is quantity that is doubled by chaos-inducing events. They're marked by the splitting of paths on a bifurcation diagram as the bifurcation parameter increases.
Period.
A system that reaches chaos via period doubling is described by this map that sets x sub n plus 1 to the product of r, x sub n, and 1 minus x sub n. The logistic map is quadratic and thus lacks this property possessed by functions of the form y equals mx.
Linear.
Yeah, yeah.
30.
Good job.
Here's 18. A music genre featuring this many players was established by 24 pieces written by Anton Reicha. Mozart's Eine kleine Nachtmusik was originally written for an
4?
No.
Original. Is that not the original?
Oh. Was originally written for an ensemble of this many instruments. A piece for this many instruments evokes a group of blind beggars by instructing players to strum their instruments like guitars. Luigi Boccarini's Night Music of the Stairs of Madrid is named for this many musicians. Sorry, a piano concerto of this number that opens with tutti E flat, A flat, and B flat chords, each followed by short cadenzas from the soloist, was written by Beethoven as the named emperor. For 10 points, name his number of performers in Schubert's instrumental piece The Trout.
5.
Yeah.
Let's go. Crazy knowledge.
Only knew the Baccarini.
Your bonus. Anselm bought staged dinner parties for 10 points each. This man's dinner party is ruined by the ghost of Banquo. This man and his wife host that dinner party to begin his reign after they murdered Duncan.
Yeah.
Yes.
This author wrote about Marlene hosting a dinner party for famous historical women like Pope Joan, Isabella Bird, and Lady Niho in the play Top Girls. The second act of this author's play, Cloud 9, flashes forward from colonial Africa to 1979 London. Any answer?
Churchill?
The Condamines host a dinner party which ends with the medium Madame Arcanti summoning the ghost of Elvira in Blithe Spirit, played by this author. This author also wrote Hay Fever and Private Lives.
No.
What did you just call me? No, I'm kidding. For 30. House of 19. This poet punned on the word salt mother in a poem that describes a creature as daughter of fire, spirit of fire. A claim to have slept the dreams of the title object that never dreams in the brief line Madrid 1937. Say again? Yeah, for sure.
Nice. Jeez. Is that something?
Your bonus. The 2021 book Send a Runner documents Edison Isquet's attempt to commemorate the route of this event over just 16 days. 10 points each. Give this name for a series of forced relocations of the Navajo from present-day Arizona to an internment camp along the Pecos River in New Mexico.
Oh, nice.
15,000 people died due to this earlier forced relocation of Native Americans following the 1830 Indian Removal Act.
Trail juice.
It's not Alaska, but the Nome Cult Trail in this modern-day state was used during the 1863 Concau Trail of Tears. The state's so-called apostle, Junipero Serra, adopted harsh policies towards natives.
California.
Yeah.
Nice. Trust it's Alaska.
30.
No, here's
Here's toss-up 20, the last. In 1632, a man in the city known as Hezar Fen attempted to fly 2 miles from the top of a watchtower with makeshift wings. Serbian exiles forced to resettle in the city inspired the name of the nearby Belgrade forest. Mary Wortley Montague wrote letters detailing smallpox and...
Constantinople.
Yeah,
Nice.
20. Fair bonus. Clance and Imez's paper outlining this phenomenon stemmed from a discussion with several Oberlin students. For 10 points each, names phenomenon characterized by an internal experience of intellectual phoniness, which originally was observed in high-achieving women.
An inferiority
that
imposter
would make sense.
syndrome?
Maybe.
That sounds
Is that?
imposter syndrome.
Okay, nice.
While imposter syndrome is not a recognized mental illness, it shares some common aspects with this group of disorders that includes a social variety, which individuals fear interacting with others. Ruchika Tulsian and Jody Ann Burry have argued that pathologizing imposter syndrome connected to this catch-all diagnosis from the 19th century. Some scholars held that this condition was caused by a wandering womb.
Maybe
No, it's like some madness that would be directed towards women. Like,
Can you answer?
Melancholy.
It's hysteria.
oh, okay, that makes sense.
Because I think hyster is like the Greek term for uterus, and so they're like, oh, it's wandering.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
It's ACF Nationals comp. Final score is 620 Barrington, 140 Winston Churchill.
Better
Great
than
game.
BT. You did better than
Oh my god, that was.
Sponsorship. So
That's the first time that's happened.
this round is sponsored by Art of Problem Solving, Sierra Fire's Innocent program, and congratulations to everyone on your fantastic seasons.
A lot. Art of problem solving just loaded.
Unfortunate. Welcome, welcome. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good. I was very excited to meet Duck yesterday. I took a picture, I took everything.
Oh yeah, Duck is
Like that.
nominated for the All-Star team by the official season.
I heard.
That would be legit so funny. If
You know, the All-Star team is already
we put up a bunch of like plushies from different teams up there and just have them work it out. That would be really cool.
You should use these because they're recording.
They really achieved that thing there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would have been nice to beat them.
Yeah. That's played well. Very good.
Can I tell you what I tell Alex when it's a match? This is what I tell Alex when he's here. Don't keep
It's like every game has been like.
One question.
Yeah.
Yeah, one
Yeah.
question.
Hunter. So neg.
We have Sinesio, we have Kobe, we have Ian, we have Jacob, we have Matthew, we have Evan. Well, awesome. Well, first and foremost, congratulations again on making top bracket here at NSC. That is a huge accomplishment. My name is Gannon. I was the head editor for this set. I hope you're enjoying it and having fun. Our live stream guru is...
Hi, Mike Bentley.
He was also an editor. Awesome.
This round does also have a sponsor.
Yes, as I believe right. It is sponsored by the class of 2025. Atreo, Anvith, Ali, Braxton, Camden, Devon, Omkar, Tanay, Travis, and Vikram M.
Nice.
Thank you, class of 2025. So what was that?
There's just random.
It's just a bunch of quiz bowlers, who are graduating in 2025. I think that's fun.
Yeah. You're not including me and Devin Hagen?
Y'all ready to get started?
Yep.
Awesome. Best of luck both teams. Here's toss-up 1. Participants in these events invoked a god who lives near the Big Dipper and would send his mute attendant Redcoat to aid them. Missionaries stood near these events handing out tracts like Good Words to Admonish the Age, which Edwin Stevens fatally gave to a failed participant in 1836. People trying to become...
Civil service examinations?
Yes.
Nice.
That is for 20. I'm not... Should we check to see if that person needs to come in?
Sure.
If you don't mind checking. Oh. Well, maybe they're wrong. Okay.
Okay.
Anyways, that was 20, and here's your bonus. Answer volume about black seamstress in American literature for 10 points each. This author examined a quilt as an example of unrecognized black art in her essay collection In Search of Our Mother's Gardens. She also wrote The Color Purple.
Walker.
The seamstress Elizabeth Hobbs Keckley wrote a slave narrative that ends with her working for this family. A bronzed-lank man from this family walks at midnight in a poem by Vashta Lindsay.
Oh, Lincoln.
The seamstress Esther is scanned by George in this author's play Intimate Apparel. This author of Sweat depicted Congolese women escaping civil war in her 2009 play Ruined.
Lynn Nottage.
Yeah, good job. Toss-up 2. A molecular gas is classical if this quantity is much less than the cube root of inverse particle density. Entropy minus 5/2 is proportional to the negative logarithm of this quantity cubed times n over v in the Sacker-Tetrode equation. This quantity was measured for electrons in an experiment to study Rutherford's scattering off of nickel that inadvertently...
Spin? Oh, no.
No.
Oh, it's fine.
Keep reading. That inadvertently produced a Bragg pattern. This quantity equals Planck's constant over linear momentum. Diffraction in Davis and Germer experiments requires electrons or X-rays for which this quantity approximates crystal plane spacing. Duality gives particles a form of this quantity named for Louis de Broglie. For 10 points, name is quantity that varies inversely with frequency for waves.
Wavelength.
Yeah, for 10. Your bonus is this. This country attempted to establish an African protectorate by signing the 1889 Treaty of Wukale for 10 points each. Name is country, which is routed by forces personally led by Empress Tatu Bital and Emperor Menelik II at the 1896 Battle of Adwa.
But routed by? Who'd they fight?
Need an answer?
Somalia?
I know it's Italy. Italy was first to recognize the sovereignty of Ethiopia in a treaty named for this city, which Tatu Bital had founded and given a name meaning new flower. This city is still the capital of Ethiopia today.
Addis Ababa.
Menelik II was raised by the second Ethiopian emperor of this name, who resisted English colonial efforts at the Battle of Magdala. The current pope of the Coptic Church has this name.
Just Haile Selassie.
I don't think so, but we can guess it. Haile Selassie.
It is Tewodros Theodore.
I should have said that.
Would you mind, Celestia, would you mind moving your buzzer a little bit just so I can see the light on it? Like that. Like that's perfect. Thank you. Here's toss-up 3. Johnson and Freeborg's 2015 meta-analysis on the most popular form of this process claimed that its success rates had fallen since widespread introduction in the 1970s. Marshall Linehan introduced this process's dialectical type. The most popular form of this process, intended to combat distortions arising from his namesake triad, was introduced by Aaron Beck. Carl...
Like screening for depression?
No. What? I'll keep reading. Carl Rogers influentially argued that this process should be person-centered. Confidentiality agreements before the group form of this process are recommended by the APA, many of whose members practice its cognitive behavioral form. For 10 points, name is process in which a practitioner and a patient talk through psychological issues.
Therapy?
That's it for 10.
Protest?
Yeah, we could do that. So, that was on Beck that I had the buzz, correct? Or did I say
namesake triad?
Rogers, but,
It was like namesake triad, I think. Whatever came after.
I said namesake triad was introduced by Aaron Beck.
Yeah,
I heard a buzz. I think you finished saying like,
Okay.
well,
So, do we need to mark that protest? Do you want to take care of that?
Sure.
Should I keep reading or wait until you?
You can. I guess, here, let me, we'll fill out the form at half.
I've had, okay. I'll read the bonus to you all, though. Newly invented gaslights helped this composer achieve dramatic lighting effects never before seen in an opera that premiered at the Semperoper in Dresden in 1843. For 10 points each, he was German composer of Das Rheingold and Die Walküre, operas from his Ring cycle. Wagner's theater in this city incorporated cutting-edge technology such as 2 hidden steam engines to provide a steam curtain for scenes in Das Rheingold. An annual festival of Wagner's operas is held in this city.
Bayreuth.
Nice. Wagner wrote this piece as a birthday gift to his wife Cosima. This piece is named for their son, who later served as artistic director for the Bayreuth Festival starting in 1908.
I don't know.
That's a German name.
Tannhäuser.
It is Siegfried Idyll. 20 in the bonus. Here's toss-up 4. Triple-tonguing the articulates tot, ta, and dot were developed by this genre's trumpet players, who typically play in thirds and sixths. This genre evolved from workers performing songs and alternating 6/8 and 3/4 for plantation employment. A song in this genre has a removed upbeat to represent an animal walking with a missing leg. A jarabe in this genre is danced around a hat. One of the oldest...
Like mariachi music?
10.
Nice.
You're a bonus. This character is said to be able to perfectly perceive the stormy mane of a pony in the same way most people perceive a circle drawn on a blackboard. For 10 points each, he was a paralyzed young man who develops extraordinary powers of perception and memory after being bucked from a horse.
Oh, that sounds familiar. Rip Van Winkle.
Is Funes. Funes the Memorious was included in this Argentine author's collection Labyrinth, which it follows the Library of Babel.
Borges.
Other Borges characters with exceptional powers of perception include this story's protagonist, Carlos Daneri, who can see everything from every angle of the universe from a point on the staircase down to a cellar.
LLF.
For 20. Here's toss of 5. A school of thought from this modern-day country may have influenced Pyrrhonian skepticism via the time Pyrrho spent among the gymnosophists. A thinker from this modern-day country developed an early non-bivalent logic based on the method of fourfold negation. That thinker from this country promoted a middle way based on contemplation of emptiness.
India?
Yes, that's it. For 20.
Nagarjuna.
Your bonus. Much of the world's blue carbon is reserved within these organisms, which nucleate important marine ecosystems home to rockfish and sea otters. For 10 points each, name these massive brown algae that form underwater forests.
Kelp.
Yeah.
Since 2011, Floridians have bemoaned the deluge of dead kelp belonging to this genus washing up on beaches. This genus also lends its name to an ecologically important region of the Atlantic Ocean where the kelp accumulates.
Oh, yeah. Sargasso.
Zoologists believe the Sargasso Sea is the site of this mysterious process, which has astoundingly never been observed outside captivity. It is the last phase in the life cycle of a Catrodonous animal.
Like some kind of animal
reproduction of jellyfish.
Sure. Jellyfish reproduction?
It is eel reproduction.
Huh.
That's 20 on the bonus.
Okay, like Greek stuff.
Here's toss up 6. The preface of this play notes that its confrontation is largely metaphysical and that it should not be seen as a clash of cultures. This play, a joke about holy water offends the servant Joseph, who's confused by changing drum music. In this play, a character disowns his father by calling him an eater of leftover.
Death and the King's Horseman.
Yes, for 20. Good buzz. You're a bonus. The book Mind, Self, and Society pioneered a sociological field that focuses on the interaction between these things shared by humans. For 10 points each, name these things. Charles Sanders Peirce argued that these things require culturally specific interpretation in semiotics.
So like science? I guess that makes sense. Science.
I will prompt.
Language? Words?
Words.
I know, symbols. This sociologist speculated that humans possess two components of the self called the I and the me that are variously presented to others in his book, Mind, Self, and Society. This colleague of John Dewey called human-specific gestures significant symbols.
So,
Colleague of Dewey, so...
They already said Peirce.
No.
No,
he's not.
It's a pragmatist.
The answer?
James.
It's George Herbert Mead.
Oh.
Mead analogized humans to members of this profession to respect how they interact with the world. Irving Goffman compared people's interactions to members of this profession in his theory of dramaturgy.
Actors.
For 10. Toss up 7. Elizabeth Barton, the so-called Nun of Kent, made a series of prophecies favorable to this monarch. A slave and royal bedmaker to this monarch named Catalina had unique insight into whether this monarch's first marriage to a man who died of sweating sickness was consummated or not.
Like, Catherine of Aragon?
20.
Good buzz.
And your bonus. As if about occasions when the New Testament quotes from pagan authors and philosophers for 10 points each. In one of his letters to the church in the city, Paul quotes the play Thais by Menander to argue that faith is futile without the historicity of Jesus' resurrection. Paul also wrote extensively about love in the 13th chapter of the same letter to the city.
Corinth.
In Acts chapter 17, Paul quotes a line, "For we too are his offspring," from the poem Phenomena by Aratus while addressing the Areopagus in this Greek city. The Parthenon was a temple in the city.
Athens.
This third pastoral epistle quotes a paradox by the philosopher Epimenides, in which he, a Cretan, claims that all Cretans are liars.
Third. What?
Third.
Ephesians.
Need an answer?
Yeah, sure.
Say it again.
Ephesians.
Titus. 20 on the bonus. Here's toss-up 8. An aqueous solution of this compound is the simplest reagent used to hydrate alkenes, albeit with carbocation rearrangements. Nitric acid must be protonated by this compound before it nitrates benzene. The 18 molar, 36 normal, pure anhydrous form of this compound has a Hammett function of -12. This compound is made industrially by oxidizing a dioxide to a trioxide using vanadium, then dissolving it in water.
Sulfuric acid.
Yes.
Nice.
Good buzz.
Last word of power for 20.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Your bonus. As my Bowery Boys leader, Isaiah Renders, for 10 points each. Renders' boys helped this Democrat narrowly win New York in a presidential election. This president established an independent treasury and signed the 1846 Walker Tariff into law.
46.
Polk.
Renders rallied men to vote for Polk in this modern-day state. Santa Anna's forces ended a notorious siege in this state in March 6, 1836.
Texas.
Renders was awarded a cushy job in this institution, which, by 1853, collected 2/3 of all revenue raised by the U.S. government through tariffs. Chester A. Arthur was kicked out of supervising this New York institution by President Hayes.
The New York Port Authority.
Sure. Just say the Port of New York.
Port Authority. The Port of New York.
You're close. It's the Custom House.
Oh.
20 in the bonus. Here's toss-up. 9. On Christmas in 1950, 4 Scottish students stole one of these objects and hid it in Arbroath Abbey after it broke in half. The Sarsen variety of these objects are found in Avebury, so as a heel example located
Like stones?
20.
Nice.
For instance, what objects that stand on the Salisbury Plain in a henge? Your bonus. Berkeley chemist Glenn Seaborg proposed this element symbol as a joke because it smells so bad, for 10 points each. The famous element that Seaborg isolated from uranium in 1941 was later used in a nuclear bomb.
Plutonium.
PU. Warning, if you get too close to PU-239 to smell it, you'd be at serious risk of radiation poisoning, since it's alpha decays into this fissile isotope, the main target of uranium enrichment.
Thorium-234. I don't know.
Thorium-234. Oh, it's uranium-235.
Oh, no.
This longtime Berkeley colleague of Seaborg built a uranium enrichment device out of a particle accelerator and called it a Calliotron to honor the school. The scientist founded a laboratory that sits on the hill overlooking Berkeley.
Oh, the neat. Brookhaven, maybe?
Go.
Brookhaven?
Lawrence.
Okay.
10 on the bonus. Here's toss up 10. In one work, a woman claims that this name has a music of its own and produces vibrations. One work ends with a man making a statement about this name in response to being told, "You seem to be displaying signs of triviality." 2 women argue after believing they are both engaged to a man with this...
Ernest?
20.
Nice.
Who's it?
Ernest.
Importance of being earnest.
Your bonus. A cut timepiece in this genre begins with a tempo marking spiritoso over the notes quarter note C, eighth notes E, C, down to quarter note G in the right hand, for 10 points each. Name is genre. That piece in the genre is parodied in a different piece titled this genre, bureaucratique.
Waltz. Waltz.
Sonatina. Clementi's Sonatina, Opus 36, number 1, was parodied by this composer's Sonatine bureaucratique. This composer wrote a piece with a theme repeated 840 times titled Vexations.
Sati.
Clementi's Sonatina, Opus 36, number 1, is in this major key signature, which is no sharps or flats.
C major.
Yes. For 20.
Alright, let's get the protest launched here in half.
So it was toss up 3.
Yeah, we got all these. I guess so. First of all, what is the nature of the protest?
It should have been an anti-prompt.
And what is the protesting team's justification?
Beck's triad is specific to depression, and so that part of therapy is for screening for depression.
That part of therapy is for depression. Okay. And is there a response from the other team?
Do the previous clues also refer to screening for depression specifically, or to different types of therapy?
I mean, I'd argue that screening and treatment are different things.
But therapy isn't just treatment, it's also screening.
Okay, so
Well,
do the previous clues
therapy
also
is
refer to
treatment,
depression?
and then
Number
diagnosis
one.
is- yeah.
Number two, the screening and therapy
Screening or
are
therapy?
different
No.
things.
Oh, I mean like a therapist.
Anything else?
So.
Okay. No other protests.
It's fine.
Screening is how I decide what therapy to do to you.
I feel like it should be directed towards
Yeah.
Which. Alright, it has been submitted.
I think it
Thank
can
you.
go either way this time. It depends on what the early.
It's a reasonable thing to protest.
Yeah. I would have protested
Yes.
it if we had done that.
Houses called OC were used by the Cherokee during this general period. Accounts named for this general period are important sources of Lakota history. A famine of this name was alleviated by the arrival of Swedish bread in the Netherlands in 1945. A monarch
Like starving time? Or winter?
No.
Just realized.
I'll keep reading. 945. A monarch descended the Jordan staircase of a building named for this general period for an annual blessing of the Neva. This period is followed by Rasputitsa, when General Mud makes roads impassable in Eastern Europe. The term Molotov cocktail was coined by Finns resisting Soviets in a war of this name. The 1905 Bloody Sunday Massacre took place during a march to a palace in St. Petersburg named for this period.
Winter.
That's it for 10. And your bonus. And something about characters from their depiction in Carol Ann Duffy's feminist poetry collection, The World's Wife, for 10 points each. This man's wife declares, I keep his secret still. The clever, cunning, callous bastard didn't have a soul to sell. In Goethe's play about this man, he makes a deal with Mephistopheles.
Faust.
After he loses interest in her, this character's wife sawed and pulled and hacked I Wanted Silence back. An 1831 novel ends with this character's skeleton discovered gripping that of a woman who was hung by an archdeacon.
Hunchback of Notre Dame?
Yeah.
Sure.
Hunchback of Notre Dame.
I will prompt.
Quasimodo.
Yes. The first poem of the collection describes how this sweet 16 never been babe took an axe to a willow to see how it wept before cutting a character open. Nan's Sexton poem in Transformations, named for this character, describes an animal's body filled with stones.
Any ideas?
Paul Bunyan.
No. Elizabeth.
Little Red Riding Hood.
Oh.
20 of the bonus, his toss of 12.
Could have been fun though.
Either aptamers or these proteins are the heat-sensitive components of hot start PCR master mix. These proteins are conjugated to nanoparticles and are dried onto the test line in most lateral flow assays. To indicate where they were raised, these proteins' names may start alpha goat or alpha sheep. Primary one of these proteins used for capture is sandwiched.
Immunoglobulins.
Yes, for 20. Good buzz. I'm going to start calling myself the alpha goat. Your bonus. These creatures often smear horse manure on themselves because the manure quiets a protein that tells them that they are cold, for 10 points each. These animals who have a special bone in their paw to help them hold the bamboo they spend most of their days eating in the mountains of China.
Panda.
These creatures poop up to 100 times a day, producing distinctive cube-shaped scat. One of these animals named Fatso was an unofficial mascot of the 2000 Summer Olympics.
Just go.
Wombat.
Yeah!
How do you know that?
An accumulation of bird poop may have contributed to a 2007 bridge collapse in the state that killed 13 people. This state's many loons can be spotted along the Lake of the Woods and its northwest angle.
Like the northwest Minnesota.
Minnesota. I was thinking.
Minnesota.
Yes.
Good bonus.
Alright, hold on, sorry. I submitted the form, but... I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Just one.
That was 30 on the bonus.
Why do
Yeah.
you know that they have cube-shaped poop?
What question are we on?
We're about to go into toss-up 13.
Oh, cool.
I should just stop asking.
I can gleefully tell you that the answer line is wombat, except Fatso the fat-arsed wombat.
I hope Moxie got that. She got a question on wombats at 2019 MSNCT off of the cube-shaped
Okay,
poop thing.
results.
Cool. Cool. This has up 13. After participants in this event crossed a river, a yellow ribbon was tied to their right hands and left legs. Things done, things shown, and things said made up this event's unrepeatables. Participants in this event made dirty jokes in honor of Iamb during a procession along the sacred way. Ergot may have been in the drink of Kikion consumed in the Telesterion during this event. The lesser of these events occurred in March, and the greater of them in October.
Like Ides?
Say again?
Ides?
No. An ear of grain was cut in silence during this event to honor the return of a goddess after she ate 4 pomegranate seeds. This event reenacted the abduction of Persephone. For 10 points, name these enigmatic initiations held by the cult of Demeter.
Eleusinian mysteries.
That's it for 10.
It's okay.
And here's your bonus. Answering about the painter of the Revolution, John Trumbull, for 10 points each. This artist gained his reputation by working as an engraver under Trumbull. Painting by this artist depicts one of his mentors conversing with William Cullen Bryant on a mountainous peak overlooking a waterfall.
Durant.
Many of Trumbull's paintings decorate the rotunda of this Washington, D.C. building, including his depiction of the Declaration of Independence. This building also includes the apotheosis of Washington in the frieze of American history.
Capitol.
Many of the most iconic portraits of George Washington were painted by either Trumbull or this artist, including his Lansdowne portrait and Athenaeum portrait, the latter of which appears on the dollar bill.
Peel.
Yeah, nice.
Oh, no, it's Gilbert Stewart.
Oh.
20 on the bonus. Here's a toss-up 14. For a series of photographs taken in the Badlands, one of these objects was controversially moved by Arthur Rothstein. Flowers blossom seemingly from clouds beneath one of these objects in the painting Summer Days. In an attempt to create a so-called Great American Painting, an artist centered one of these objects on a background of red, white, and blue. In the piece...
skull.
Yeah, for 20. Good buzz. Your bonus. And one about the uses of the word plume in earth science for 10 points each. Hot spots are often linked to a hypothesized type of plume named for this layer of the earth that lies above the outer core.
Mantle.
Emissions from volcanic plumes can lithify into this type of rock that consists of at least 75% volcanic ash. After flood basalt, the greatest output of volcanoes by volume is the form of this type of rock that results from rhyolitic ash flow.
Tephra? Is that rock? I don't think that's rock, but I don't know. Tephra.
It's called tuffs. River plumes often have high values for this quantity as inversely related to transparency and can be measured using a Secchi disk. This quantity describes how cloudy suspended particles make a liquid.
Turbidity.
20. Toss-up 15. Strict adherents of this faith may use the resin asafoetida to flavor food instead of alliums. In this religion, the universe consists of 3 realms and is represented by a hexagon merged with a triangle. 2 sects of this faith disagree as to whether the 19th figure in this religion's current descending half-cycle of time was a man or a woman. One division of this faith considers the agamas recorded from collective memory.
Jainism.
10. Your bonus. Appius Claudius's abduction of a woman of this class named Virginia led to legal changes that allowed women to make their own wills for 10 points each. It was commoner social class of Rome that often clashed with the patricians. The Gracchus brothers were some of their elected tribunes.
Plebeians.
Description acceptable. Plebs, angry at their treatment following the Sabine War, staged the first of these actions in 494 BCE. The dictator Quintus Hortensius ended the last of these actions in 287 BCE.
It's like going out of Rome.
It said description acceptable.
You can answer?
Just go.
Going out of Rome and...
Yeah, leaving Rome. Just taking all the people and going over there. This man's one more part. This man's reforms of 107 BCE allowed the proletariat to enlist in the army. This tribune of the plebs won the Jugurthine War, but his future rival Sulla captured Jugurtha.
Marius.
That's 30.
Now.
And now would you like to do that?
Yes.
Yes. At timeout, I have a score of 320 for... This author's correspondence with a speculative romantic partner is collected in Open Me carefully. This author, who called letters a joy of earth, included the line, "Show me eternity and I will show you memory," in a letter poem addressed to Susan Gilbert. This author referenced the mysterious correspondent Master in a poem ending, "I've but the power to kill without the power to die." For 8 years, Thomas Wentworth Higginson...
Dickinson.
Yes.
I was like, why aren't you buzzing?
For 10. Your bonus. 1987, the surge in research into these materials culminated in an 8-hour marathon session of lectures dubbed the Woodstock of Physics, 10 points each. And these materials, a type of which expel magnetic fields upon surpassing their critical temperatures.
What? Spell magnetic fields.
The answer?
Superconductors.
The excitement surrounding the Woodstock of Physics centered on discoveries of superconductors that operate at relatively high values of this quantity, which can be measured in Kelvin.
Didn't they just say temperature?
I was unfortunate to say, yeah. This earliest discovered family of high-temperature superconductors is named for the 4 elements that its members contain. These materials have a perovskite structure with layers bounded by alternating planes and ribbons.
YDCO.
Yeah, for 30. Toss up 17. Optimization of one of these structures occurs only every few operations in the Day-Stout-Warren algorithm. A variety of these structures are optimized by performing rotate and flip operations upon inserting new values.
Like a linked list?
No.
Right.
Balance factors of elements of these structures equal the difference of descendants' heights. One type of these structures can self-balance in order to improve runtime by imposing rules on different colored nodes in their red-black variety. For a weighted undirected complete graph, Prim's algorithm constructs a minimum spanning one of these structures. Degeneration to a singly linked list is the worst case for the binary search type of these data structures. For 10 points, name these data structures with roots.
Trees.
That's it for 10. And your bonus. In one story, this river was created when some characters chomped down a water-filled lupuna tree that Myra or grandfather had been using to bathe. For 10 points each, this river that is central to many of the myths of the Yagua or Witoto people. A shape-shifting dolphin that lives in this river supposedly kidnaps people at night.
Amazon.
In Yagua myth, the characters who chomp down the Lupuna tree have this relationship to each other. Hunapu and Shibalanque, the heroes of the Mayan Popol Vuh, have this relationship to each other.
Twins.
Yes. The Amazon water lily was often connected to this concept, the domain of the god Ruda. Taeneas was cursed to throw himself into the river Amazonias by a goddess of this domain, who was caught under a bronze net.
Bronze net? I don't know. Love?
Sure.
The answer?
Love.
30.
Yeah, that's it.
And here's house up 18.
So they're up 140, right? Going into this?
Yeah, it's 360 for Hunter A, 260 for Rockford Auburn.
Okay.
Going into 18. After hearing coughing from down the hall, this novel's protagonist finds a man in a filthy room who asks him to boil water for the spaghetti he is making. In this novel, a trumpeter kills his cat after another character is impaled while trying to make love to the Niobe's figurehead. This novel's protagonist claims to be Jesus while leading a gang of children called the Dusters.
Tindrome.
Yeah, for 10.
Nice.
And here is your bonus. Kim Kardashian's dermatologist, Simon Ulian, describes celebrities suffering from saggy skin after taking this drug for 10 points each. It was brand name version of semaglutide that, like Mounjaro, has been widely used to lose weight. Novo Nordisk creates this injectable drug.
I mean, Botox is my best guess. Botox.
It's Ozempic. Ozempic was originally developed to lower blood sugar levels in people with the type 2 form of this disease.
Diabetes.
Novo Nordisk is based out of this country, where Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen is dealing with riots from Rasmus Paludan's Stram Kurs party burning Korans.
Oh, Sweden.
Okay, Sweden.
Denmark.
No worries.
It's another bonus. Here's toss up 19. A photographer born in this country depicted families playing in rivers and fields in a series of 1936 photographs called First Paid Holidays. That photographer from this country depicted a mass of people crowding into a Shanghai bank to buy gold. This country's capital was captured by night by Versailles. A photojournalist from this country took a 1932 photograph of a man leaping over a puddle behind a train.
France.
That's 20. And here's your bonus. In the 19th century, Dutch subjects participating in this event would endure Middle Passage-style conditions while sailing from Singapore for 10 points each. In this event that began to be dominated by European steamship companies in the 19th century, Richard Francis Burton adopted a Pashtun disguise to partake in this event.
Pashtun, that's like Afghanistan, so like what event? I don't know.
Need an answer?
The Hajj.
Yeah.
Okay.
The British mandated the use of this practice for the Hajj after an 1865 cholera outbreak. This public health measure could last for 15 days for anyone entering the Ottoman Empire at Thessaly.
Quarantining.
This Ottoman Sultan called for Muslims around the world to fund the Hijaz Railway to Mecca. This last Ottoman Sultan to hold real power was deposed in 1909.
Mehmet.
It's Abdul Hamid II. Yeah.
So 320, 360?
Yes, correct. 360 Hunter, 320 for Robert going into the last toss.
Wait, what?
Here it is.
All right, you got this.
This person unsuccessfully tried to warn Secretary Betty Curie about an impending investigation while going to the bathroom at the Pentagon City Mall. 3 days after testimony was given about this person, the U.S. launched Operation Infinite Reach. This person's name was first made public in the breakthrough story for the Drudge Report. Conversations with this person were secretly taped by Linda Tripp.
What's her name? Oh my god.
Time.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Taped by Linda Tripp and then handed over to an independent counsel investigating the Whitewater scandal. DNA evidence from a blue dress owned by this person was included in the appendix of the Star Report. For 10 points, it was White House intern at the center of a scandal with President Bill Clinton. That's it.
Okay, we have to 30 to time.
And that's for Alex. And here's your bonus.
Is it a finance?
This book's second chapter analogizes its title system to our sewage disposal system. For 10 points each, it was a 3-volume nonfiction book subtitled An Experiment in Literary Investigation, which discusses the lives of Zex, which his author also depicted in a novella about Shukov.
Gulag Archipelago. Gulag Archipelago.
This Russian author opposed the Gulag system in the Gulag Archipelago and One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich.
Solzhenitsyn.
Support for the gulags is analyzed as a form of ketman in this Cheshwov Miwash book, which discusses how intellectuals such as the moralist Alpha and slave of history Gamma submit to Stalinism.
Is it Quo Vadis? That's spicy garbage. Oh, shoot.
You can answer?
Quo Vadis.
It is The Captive Mind.
Oh,
So we're currently at 360, 350, which means that this protest matters.
yeah. Oh, I forgot about it.
So should we just chill here with the teams?
I think
They
they
sound
should go
okay.
on their way.
Hey, but you know what? Phenomenal game, both
Yeah,
teams.
very
Great
excited.
work.
Yeah.
We have Costas. Oh, there we go. Arthur. We have Aries, and we have, is it Joshu?
Yeah.
Nice.
Josh,
Well,
you.
congratulations on Top Bracket and NSC. I hope you all are having fun. My name is Gannon. I had edited this set, and our live streamer is
Hi, Mike Bentley.
awesome. So we will have this round, and then one more round, and then lunch.
That is correct.
Cool. Y'all ready to get going?
Yeah.
Yep.
Awesome. Best of luck to both teams. Here's toss up 1. A king of this modern-day country who feuded with its national peasant party in the 1930s sought to protect it with the so-called Maginot Line. Marie, this country's wartime queen, secured generous terms at Versailles and restored its brand castle. Operation Tidal Wave carpet bombed this country's oil center of Ployet.
Romania?
Yeah, for 20.
Please don't touch me.
Your bonus. The Subak irrigation system in Bali was used to produce this crop around water temples for 10 points each. It is a staple crop grown on paddies and hillside terraces throughout Asia.
Rice?
In this modern-day country, the Ifugao people channeled mountain streams into rice terraces at sites like Banawe. During the Green Revolution, this country's International Rice Research Institute developed the IR8 rice variety.
Should be Thailand.
I think so.
Is India or Thailand? I feel like it's India. Green Revolution.
Sure, but
No, but that's like
India answer?
India.
No, it's Philippines. In this other Southeast Asian country, land reform and attempts at self-sufficiency devastated rice output under dictator Ne Win, who headed a junta that was opposed by the 8/8/88 protests.
Burma.
Yeah, for 20. Toss up 2. The aphorism that 1 gram of one of these objects is equal to a shovelful of coal recurs in a Herta Müller novel titled in translation for a type of angel. In another novel, a character takes one of these objects from Maubert Isabeau.
Like a fruit?
Oh, no. Maubert Isabeau to give to the children of his widowed sister, which ultimately leads him to having to carry a yellow passport. The barber Ivan Yakovlevich discovers a body part inside one of these objects in the opening scene of Nikolai Gogol's.
A loaf of bread.
Yes, for 10. First word out of power.
Oh.
Your bonus. The protagonist of this novel answers his own question of what do women want? With the answer, they eat green salad and drink human blood. For 10 points each. Name is a novel whose protagonist composes letters to people such as Friedrich Nietzsche and Dwight Eisenhower after his divorce from his second wife, Maddie, who left him for his friend Valentine Gersbach.
Night in Paris. What? Okay. Night in Paris?
No, it's Herzog. Saul Bellow, who partly set Herzog in this city, opened his novel The Adventures of Augie March with the line, I am an American, this city born.
Chicago?
This author called Chicago, Hog Butcher for the World, in his poem titled after the city.
Sandberg.
That's 20. Toss up 3. The Nicholas brothers incorporated leapfrogs into this dance style in the final performance in the review Stormy Weather. Savion Glover used this dance style for the choreography of the musical Bringin' Da Noise, Bringin' Da Funk. Advanced moves in this dance style include the maxi forward. The song I'll Be Hard to Handle in the film Roberta uses this dance style performed by Fred Astaire and Ginger Rod.
Tap?
Yeah, for 10.
nice.
I'm a tab dancing, brother.
Your bonus. The Eye Stillwell experiment initially used canal rays to measure this effect's transverse form for 10 points each.
Doppler.
Champagny and Moon found that there's no Doppler shift between a source and receiver rotating on opposite sides of a rotor named for this effect. And this effect, resonant absorption and emission of gamma rays from bound nuclei is recoil-free.
Scattering or something. Not sure.
Scattering.
It's a Mossbauer effect.
Oh, yeah.
Infinitely narrow emission peaks are non-existent because Doppler broadening affects this probability distribution. This distribution models the velocity of distinguishable gaseous particles.
Maxwell Boltzmann.
For 20. Here's toss up 4. A powdered microcrystalline form of this polymer is the most common binding excipient used in drug manufacturing. Carbon disulfide solubilizes this polymer and regenerates into rayon. This polymer is purified by a pressure cooker full of white liquor in the craft press.
Cellulose?
Yeah, great buzz.
That's paper.
That's paper making, yeah.
And 20, here's your bonus. In a folk story, this man's spine becomes a mountain range, his eyes become the sun and moon, and his limbs become the 4 pillars of the sky, for 10 points each. He was hairy giant born into a cosmic egg, who pushed apart the earth and sky over the course of 18,000 years.
Pangu. Defer.
You good?
Yeah, Pangu.
2 answers required. Pangu, separating the earth and sky, represents these 2 opposing dualistic principles of light and dark. Tai Chi is represented by these 2 principles as white and dark halves of a circle.
Yin and yang.
Pangu is helped by the crane, the dragon, the phoenix, and this animal. Nuwa used the legs of this animal to mend the pillars supporting heaven after a flood.
Shou.
Say that again?
Shou. Xuanwu.
I have a tortoise.
That's what the show is. Yeah, we can protest that.
Okay, I don't have it in the answer line, so I would encourage you to protest that.
Yeah.
What was the name again? Can you spell it?
Xuanwu.
Why would you?
XUAN dash
Or just space WU.
WU.
That's yeah.
All right. So we'll move on with the protest, and here's toss-up 5. While using one of these things, a man is reproached for vanity by the queen of the ants. That object makes 40,000 men die in a windstorm. One of these things is bought with an ivory telescope and a healing apple, while another appears in the city of brass. According to legend, Shapur...
A lamp?
No. According to legend, Shapur I kidnapped the Emperor Valerian with one of these objects. Ivan carries the Firebird on one of these things. Cleopatra supposedly seduced Caesar after emerging from one of these objects. A purple one of these is laid out for Agamemnon before his murder, and Hussein buys one of these...
Carpet.
Yeah, for 10. Here, bonus. Answering about the West's obsession with Chinese porcelain for 10 points each. 2 answers required. Giovanni Bellini's Feast of the Gods depicts several figures holding Ming porcelain of these 2 colors. Cobalt oxide pigments are applied to clay and glazed over to make porcelain with these 2 colors.
Blue and white. Yeah, blue and white.
The first examples of European porcelain were soft-paste imitations named for this family. Nicoloso de Bartolomeo designed a palace for this family, and a pope from this family commissioned the Laurentian Library.
So which pope? Is that Laurent?
That's not
Barberini.
Barberini.
And it was Medici. During the 17th century, this city originated a prized blue ware. The artist of the Goldfinch, Caro Fabricius, was a member of a school of painting named for the city.
Delft.
Yes.
Good job. I think it's like
20 on the bonus. Here's toss-up 6.
Can you reset?
Yes, thank you. Elements of Skoro-Cod spaces have this property on the right in our Cod log. The Picard-Lindelof theorem applies when the derivative of a solution to an ODE has this property in T and has a form of this property in Y that's defined in terms of the Lipschitz constant. The Cantor staircase function is this property, but not its uniform type.
Continuity.
Yes.
good job.
Yeah, and that's end of power for 20. Your bonus. A cartoon 2 depicting this dictator as a crying baby brought Moomin's creator Tove Jansson to fame for 10 points each. He was dictator who inspired the title of Karl Ove Knausgaard's series My Struggle with his own book, Mein Kampf. This author constantly wrote a positive obituary for Hitler more than 50 years after he wrote the pioneering short modernist novel Hunger.
Oh, it's a Hansen? Okay. Hamsun.
Yes.
Yeah,
Around the time she railed against Hitler in her war diaries, Astrid Lindgren wrote the first stories about this extremely strong character who lives in Villa Kula.
Is this Pippi Longstocking? Sure. Pippi Longstocking?
Yeah. Good 30.
Nice.
Toss up 7. In a late letter, this man told his nephew's wife that it beats old age, disease, or falling down the cellar stairs to be shot to rags against a stone wall. This man, alongside William Benton, was the main inspiration for a character who was nicknamed the Indiana General after using his Colt 44 to
like Clement Vallandigham?
I know.
Because I thought it was
Using his Colt 44 to shoot at the dead center of a silver coin. This man's mysterious 1913 disappearance in Mexico.
Pierce.
That's it for 10.
No, it's good.
Here's your bonus. Political scientist Robert Dahl used the term polyarchy to describe a government run under this theory, which he illustrated using leaders in New Haven for 10 points each. Give this political theory named after the multiple interest groups that characterize it. In a government under this theory, non-government groups exert their influence to affect outcomes.
This theory. Great man theory.
It's called pluralism. Pluralism distinguishes a polyarchy from this type of government whose representative form his citizens elect officials to serve them.
Like democracy. Democracy.
Dahl called the group's influence the potential form of this resource. Joseph Nye coined a term for the soft form of this resource defined as a group's ability to shape people's preferences nonviolently.
Power.
Soft power.
Power.
Yes.
Wait, what was the answer to the last toss-up?
The last toss-up was Ambrose Bierce.
What was it? Do you know the story that was?
Yeah, I was going from the old Gringo.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
never mind.
so it's like Indiana General Jutsu.
Sorry. Yeah.
No, you're good.
Copperhead.
20 on the bonus. Here's toss-up 8. It's not cities, but a movement name for these places represented urban sprawls as magnets and diagrams created by Ebenezer Howard. Embroidery inspired enclosed examples of these locations called parterre. Recessed walls called ha-has were frequently incorporated into these locations.
Gardens?
Yeah, for 20. Good job. That was for 20. Your bonus. After killing a tapir, these people among the Ewekoma spread chopped greens over its body to protect against the spirits of slain animals called bope for 10 points each. Give this term for indigenous religious leaders who may consume ayahuasca to have visions.
Shamans.
Arawak shamans perform a dance with these objects to represent underwater ghosts called Kamutsi. A humpback trickster deity that delivers children to the Hopi is depicted with one of these objects.
Raven. It's like a raven, right?
It's an object.
Any answer?
Flute.
Yeah. Munduruku shamans spread this substance over skulls and then suck it away with a bamboo tube to heal spiritual wounds. The Lakota Chanupa was used to consume this substance in religious ceremonies such as sealing peace.
This substance, like wine, water, I don't know.
Maybe tobacco.
Any answer?
Tobacco.
Yeah, great job. Toss up 9. Yeah, I have 190 for Detroit County Day, 110 for TJ.
Okay.
Cool. Here's 9. One of these facilities in Cape Town is the origin of the terminology master and slave, still widely used in computing. John Pond, who supervised one of these facilities, introduced the use of the time ball. Tables from John Flamsteed were used at a large one of these facilities in Jaipur, built by Jai Singh. A Ming-era one of these facilities in Beijing houses an armillary sphere. Louis XIV hired a Dane named Ol Roma to work in a new facility of this type. A homemade one of these facilities in Datchet employed Caroline Herschel.
Observatory?
That's it for 10. Your bonus. An esoteric lossy algorithm has this time complexity because it simply drops each element of the input array that is less than its predecessor for 10 points each, and this time complexity of an algorithm that accesses each element in an input array exactly once. You can give your answer in big O notation.
O then. Big O then. Yeah.
That esoteric algorithm performs this task of ordering the values in an array that is typically performed the time complexity
Sorting.
big O of n log n.
N log n?
Sort.
So sort. Okay, sort.
This non-comparative sorting algorithm can run in near linear time when sorting small integers. This algorithm iteratively puts elements into buckets based on a stable sort of their values in successive digits.
Okay, sure. Radix.
That's 30.
Nice.
Toss up 10. The eigenvector of a Leslie matrix is the stable distribution for this discrete variable.
Population?
No. For this discrete variable in a population, structured population models are classified either by stage or by this variable, which is required to specify a vital birth or death rate. Fisheries measure autoliths to determine a population's distribution of this variable. Mortality rate increases of this quantity on a type 1 survivorship curve and decreases with it on a type 3 curve. 2 vertically stacked histograms, one each for males and females, are plotted base to base to show the distribution of this quantity on a demographic pyramid. Fecundity decreases as this quantity goes up due to senescence. For 10 points, what property of an organism is inferred by measuring the length of telomeres and the number of tree rings?
Age.
That's it for 10.
Probably should have.
Fine, here's a bonus.
Can I hear the first line after the second?
Yeah, okay. John Murray Gibbon imagined this country as a cultural mosaic in a 1938 book for 10 points each. Name is country that passed a 1988 Multiculturalism Act. A year prior, this country proposed the Meech-Leica Accord to persuade a government within it to endorse constitutional amendments added in 1982.
Canada.
The earlier Royal Commission on Bilingualism and Biculturalism to counter Francophone nationalism in this province, whose premiers included Robert Bourassa.
This province of Quebec.
Canadians of this ethnicity, once considered enemy aliens, pushed for the Multiculturalism Act under leaders like Paul Yuzuk. In the 2010s, Canada supported these people against the Little Green Men.
Little Green Men. That's like Ukrainians.
Ukrainians.
30.
Can I hear the first line?
Do you want to hear it again?
Yeah.
Yes. The eigenvector of a Leslie matrix is the stable distribution for this discrete variable, you buzz there, in a population.
Population is discrete variable.
Yeah, population.
I could probably, I'll protest.
Okay, yeah, we could do that.
Protest. DCD protest, bro. That's what you're doing.
At half, though, we have tie game at 190.
Alright.
See where?
I didn't believe. Sister of the Herschel, the guy, you know.
Alright, so let's start with the bonus part on this. I think most of this. So in terms of the nature of the protest, you are saying that the answer should have been accepted?
Accepted, yes. Because Ashram was.
Or, so sorry.
They protest.
Oh, okay.
Because it's I think that's a technically correct term. Like it's a tortoise, but like it's not really. It's like a mythical beast that's not fully a tortoise. So it's a more specific term that should be accepted. And tortoise is actually kind of inaccurate.
All right, so just let me make sure. So this answer is a term for
That's probably
mythical beast that include in the question. So is what I have here of this answer is a term for a mythical beast that was included in the question.
Yes.
Is that the nature of what your argument is here? Is there
Yeah,
anything
it's more specific than tortoise.
Wait, can we hear the bonus part again?
Can we hear the bonus?
Can we hear the bonus part again? Because I might
Yeah,
have
I
a
could
response
go
to
back.
that.
Is this the tortoise part?
Yeah.
Yes.
I might have a response to that.
Pongu is held by the crane, the dragon, the phoenix, and this animal. Nuwa used the legs of this animal to mend the pillars supporting heaven after a flood.
It's an animal.
It's definitely
It's an animal. It's an animal. A tortoise is an animal. I don't know what a Xianglu is, but I don't think it's
Bro, it is an animal.
It's a snake entwined with
No,
a
but like the
turtle.
clue
It's
is
a
specific for
character
Xianglu.
that's
The
a
clue
snake
is
that's
yeah.
entwined with a tortoise.
Which
Yeah.
is still
It's not-
accurate.
It's different.
Also,
The
Okay,
answer line
so-
the answer line I have for that is tortoise except turtle except gui or bai.
Right,
I mean,
those are
we're definitely
characters for general characters for turtle, but a shrivel is a specific
Right.
tortoise with snake entwined that
Yeah,
is
therefore it's a tortoise.
attached, and that's an
Okay, so
I think Quiz Bull should only be played in
so what I
English.
have right now is
I don't- I think we should-
that it's a specific character that does not apply to these clues. Is there anything I'm missing there?
that.
Well, yeah, it's the answer is looking for tortoise. A Xianglu is not a tortoise that has snakes entwined. But it's still a tortoise. It's still a tortoise.
Well, hold up. We'll just, we'll do it one at a time, and then we'll let the protest committee look over it, decide it without being able to.
but does it
Yeah,
apply to the
memento.
I'll take memento. Okay, you should be right.
My mom always says it.
Can you swallow
Do
it?
you want to add?
You cannot swallow it.
Sure.
You cannot swallow it.
Like the answer is Xianglu, not tortoise.
The answer is Xianglu.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be tortoise.
I brought it to me. When it's our turn, we'll add that.
What's this?
Will we have a chance to add our one after this?
Yeah, give me a second.
They want a rebuttal, bro.
No rebuttal.
We want a 5 and 5. Motion for a 5 and
So it's
5.
190 to 190.
Do you do MUS?
POI, bro. I got a POI right now.
I wasn't able to get a good picture of you guys.
And just to confirm the answer, it's XUAN space WU.
Yes.
I have that? Okay.
Quiz Bowl should be in English. That's all I'm saying.
Bruh. No way I'm arguing this side, but arguing the other side.
I just say.
Alright, so I've submitted that one.
These are good for like the first 30 seconds. And then you need a fish.
They're so good. I mean, if we lose, whatever. If we win, great.
Yeah, we're gonna have lunch. We're not gonna go out for lunch. We have lunch.
We play St. Mark's today. And they nuked Barrington, so anything can happen. Have you guys played St. Mark's?
Yeah, we beat them. We beat them.
Oh yeah, they just played them. They won by like 130 or something.
How did they beat them?
They nuked them too. It wasn't even close, correctly.
It's one of the things that that's the mythic.
Should I just leave matches in?
Yeah, sure.
What, you need to leave the donuts here too?
No.
Party.
I'm still.
Okay, so for the population age one,
Wait, I'm sorry. We wanted to add one thing to the tortoise protest.
I've already submitted that.
That's fine. Whatever. It's fine.
Okay.
What was I gonna say? So for the population one, I guess what's the nature of your protest here?
At the point in which I buzzed, the answer that I was given should have been. Oh, sorry. The answer I gave should have been prompted.
Answer.
Or honestly accepted. Yeah.
Prompted or accepted. Okay. Is there anything else you want to add there?
I mean, there's not much more to add. I don't heard 4 words. So.
If you heard the population, would you make those for the right answer?
All right, and then TJ, do you have?
You said the wrong thing. It's not the same thing. Population and age are different.
Yeah. Also, population is a discrete variable which fits the indicator of the question.
Population.
Wait, what question are we on?
The population is.
We're at half. It's half.
Population is a discrete variable which fits.
They're actually protesting urchins, bro.
Sorry, what's the second half of the sentence?
For the indicator of the question.
Indicator of the question. Okay.
If there's anything close, I'm protesting it. That's what they do, bro.
Bro, that's misconduct if you protest the random stuff.
I'll protest things that
that's pretty random,
they're
I guess.
protestable.
I should protest the first episode.
We should get justice for Wayzata, bro.
Also, to be clear, we didn't protest. They protested the question. We didn't protest anything.
All right. Okay, so I will submit this. Okay, we have done that.
Good to go. Has the reading been good? Pace, pronunciation,
Yeah.
speed? Okay, awesome.
Andrew, you're crazy, bro.
Cool. Both teams ready to keep going?
Yeah.
All right, toss up 11. Composer and genre required.
Oh my god.
One of these works begins with strings playing one bar each of G down to D, E flat down to F sharp, with basses playing quarter notes on the beat and other strings playing off the beat. One of these works begins with violins playing the twice repeated phrase of pick up eighth notes, E flat, D, then downbeat to D. Lothar Perger reattributed what was thought to be one of these works to Michael Haydn. The theme C, D, F, E.
Mozart symphonies?
Yes, for 20.
Wait, for 20?
For 20.
Your bonus. To fix an enzyme in this pathway in 1999, Jesse Gelsinger enrolled in a gene therapy clinical trial which had tragic consequences for 10 points each. Name is a metabolic cycle that detoxifies ammonia in the liver.
Oh, Corey cycle.
No, urea cycle.
Okay, sure.
Urea cycle.
Yes. Gelsinger had a lethal adverse reaction to one of these viruses used to package a new gene. The common cold can be caused by this family of DNA viruses, which have since been used safely in the AstraZeneca and J&J COVID-19 vaccines.
DNA virus. I don't know. Retrovirus.
And it's adenovirus. The Gelsinger tragedy kiboshed gene therapy for 2 decades until treatment for this cancer was finally approved in 2017. Like lymphoma, this cancer of the bone marrow overproduces white blood cells.
Leukemia.
That's it. For 20. Toss up 12. One character of this profession is told in the House of Bussy Rain to be bold but not too bold, and gives new clothes to the victims of Radegund. Other characters of this job escape the House of Pride and the Bower of Bliss after being tempted by Ocratia and Duessa.
Pilgrim?
No. In a Bob and Wheel poem, a character of this profession kisses his host in exchange for a deer. That's it for 20. Your bonus. 20 years after inventing this technology, its company began distributing Shirley cards with calibrated colors for it, leading to notoriously poor results in photos of people with dark skin. For 10 points each, name this brand of color reversal film whose manufacturer was discontinued in 2009.
Maybe like Nokia film? I don't know. What?
The answer?
Nokia.
Kodak.
It's called well, okay. The directed to me was Nokia.
Yeah.
The answer is Kodachrome.
Oh, I didn't know.
Kodak's 104 line of Instamatic cameras included cubes that produced this effect, providing better lighting for indoor photography but prone to causing red eye.
Dude. Flash. Like Flash. Yeah.
Steve McCurry's Kodachrome photograph of Sharbat Gula called Afghan Girl was used as the cover on this publication. Louis Martin took photographs of this publication in the mid-1930s.
National Geographic.
20.
I remember I studied that.
Toss up 13. Easy Booze's distinctive whiskey bottles in support of this candidate are the source of the term booze. Supporters of this candidate pushing leather and tin spheres to campaign stops originated the phrase, keep the ball rolling. A speech supporting this candidate argued that an opponent was shaping gardens like an Amazon's bosom in the
William Henry Harrison.
That's it for 20. Your bonus. A woman dwells on the death of her pet bird in the last story this author completed, The Canary, for 10 points each. Famous author who, while in the late stages of tuberculosis, wrote The Daughters of the Late Colonel, in a story about an event partly organized by Laura Sheridan.
Mansfield.
After going to Cornwall to aid her condition, Mansfield published this story in which Berta Young feels an odd connection to Pearl while hosting a dinner party.
Bliss.
While recovering from tuberculosis, Mansfield received a letter reading, "You revolt festering in your consumption. You are a loathsome reptile. I hope you will die." From this author of Women in Love and Lady Chatterley's Lover.
Lawrence?
Yes.
That's
30.
Based. Fact.
Toss up 14. An infinite hierarchy of quantities of this property arise from the Korteweg-de Vries equation because it is fully integrable. In most scenarios, the Poisson bracket of the Hamiltonian with quantities with this property equals 0. Quantities conjugate to cyclic or ignorable coordinates of a Lagrangian have this property. The correspondence of quantities of this property to differentiable symmetries of the action is described by Nurture's theorem.
Like conservative.
Yes, for 10.
Crazy.
Your bonus. This island was named after an Egyptian god of dance, music, and sex, 3 qualities still associated with it, for 10 points each. This island whose nightclub scene includes the Circo Loco parties held at its DC-10 nightclub. DJs working on this island helped develop the Balearic beat.
Bro, it's probably like Ibiza. It's like that song.
Okay, good.
Ibiza.
This language is Ava Sank dialect is spoken on Ibiza. A mandate to teach more Castilian Spanish compared to this language sparked protests in Barcelona schools in 2019.
Catalonia.
Say that again.
Catalan.
Yes. A ferry connects Ibiza to the city, home to the Albufera Lagoon and the birthplace of the dish of paella. Firecrackers are set off during the city's Fallas festival.
This city?
Yes.
Mallorca.
I know it's Valencia. 20 in the bonus. Here's toss of 15. In this city, 12 hypocrites refused to pray at a building constructed where a donkey was hitched. The city's constitution was signed by 8 tribes called the Helpers. In the city, 3 coffins and an empty grave were surrounded.
Is it Boston?
Oh, no. An empty grave was surrounded by a pentagonal wall to discourage circumnambulation. Praying at the city's Kuba Mosque yields a reward equivalent to one Umrah pilgrimage. The Green Dome marks a burial site at the city's Mosque of the...
Medina.
Say it again?
Medina.
One more time?
Medina.
Yes. I'm sorry. That was for 10. Here's your bonus. The economist Nathaniel Baum Snow found that this program led to a 17% reduction in the population of major American cities between 1950 and 1990, for 10 points each, in this massive federal project built partly for defense purposes. The Overtown neighborhood of Miami lost much of its population due to this project.
What's like a Cuban defense program?
Highway? I don't know. Highway.
The answer?
Highway project. Oh.
I will prompt.
Interstate highway.
Yes, good teamwork. The first bill for the interstate highway system was signed into law by this president, former World War II general.
Eisenhower.
And another major domestic spending policy of the Eisenhower administration was the National Defense Education Act, passed during the crisis spawned by this 1957 event.
Ooh. Okay, 57.
We're talking Cuban, no, not Cuban Missile.
No, that wasn't.
Oh no, it's the YouTube.
Need an answer?
YouTube plane is it?
No, it's Sputnik. 20 in the bonus. Here's toss-up 16. Description acceptable. Billy Name covered the entirety of this place with aluminum foil and silver spray paint and found this location's iconic red couch on the side of a street. An artwork was allegedly taken from this place and used as a dartboard by Bob Dylan. People in this location were told to not blink as they were filmed for 3-minute screen tests.
The Factory?
That's it for 20.
That's a good buzz.
It's or Andy Warhol Studio.
Facts.
Your bonus. Chemistry textbooks routinely assign water a value of 15.74 for this quantity, even though decades of experiments have shown that estimate is too high. For 10 points each, it has a molecular property which decreases as a compound becomes more acidic. This quantity in the pH determines the degree of ionization in the Henderson-Hasselbalch equation.
pKa.
Water's actual pKa is this 2-digit integer, the typical upper bound of the pH scale.
14.
The confusion stems from incorrectly using water's molarity in the law of mass action rather than this dimensionless quantity, which is defined to be 1 for all pure solids and liquids.
Oh, shit. I don't know. Van Hoff factor.
That's activity. 20 in the bonus. Here's toss-up 17. It's not North Carolina, but a legislator in the state accused a congressional leader of urinating in the seat of Tom Tillis's brother. That legislator from the state was shoved by Bill Lafferty as Cameron Sexton tried to clear a chamber. In January 2023, 5 black police officers in the state beat tired...
Tennessee.
Yes, for 20.
Justice
And your bonus. Thomas Mapfuno, a musician named the Lion of this country, created a frequently banned genre of music named for revolutionary struggle. For 10 points each, it was African country whose most popular genre of music, Sungura, is often played on his traditional thumb piano, the umbira.
Do you know?
It's just a Kenya.
Kenya.
Zimbabwe. This genre of music is by far the most populous one in contemporary Zimbabwe. In the United States, this genre is popularized by singers like Mahalia Jackson and songs like Oh Happy Day.
What? Gospel? Oh, yeah.
Gospel?
In 1980, this Jamaican reggae musician celebrated Zimbabwe's independence by performing in Harar along with his band, the Wailers.
Bob Marley.
That was his...
Yes.
Bob Dylan, bro.
Yes. 20 on the bonus, and at the timeout, I have 390 for TJ, 260 for Detroit County Day. About to go into toss-up 18.
And what is the
Keep going?
Yeah.
Cool. Here's toss-up 18. Jeffrey K. Pullum criticizes writers' use of concepts created by Emil Post without sufficiently citing them. Daniel Everett challenged the theories of this thinker after researching the Piraha for his PhD thesis. To disagree with B.F. Skinner, this thinker addressed...
Mead?
Oh, no. This thinker addressed what they called Plato's problem to argue children are subject to a poverty of the stimulus and can't learn every aspect of language from experience. This thinker modeled category formation with X-bar theory. In the book Syntactic Structures, this thinker posed the well-formed but nonsensical sentence, colorless green ideas sleep furious.
Chomsky.
Yes, 10. Your bonus. Answer about words whose roots are in Greek theater for 10 points each. An offstage crane bringing in divine characters, like Helios' chariot in Medea, is this 3-word plot device in which a supernatural force suddenly resolves a conflict. It translates to God from the machine.
Deus ex machina.
This man, who Aristotle claimed to be the first actor after he broke from a chorus and introduced dialogue to tragedy, lends his name to a word for actor.
Thespiae?
No, it's thespis. This word originated to describe actors as interpreters from underneath because of their usage of masks. Tu quoque is an ad hominem logical fallacy, sometimes called an appeal to this word.
Hypocrisy?
That's it for 20.
Okay.
Good job. Toss of 19. Irving Finkel decoded the usage of wooden boards from this city that were decorated with 20 inlaid shell plaques. A pair of gilded statues uncovered in this city that depict a goat resting its hooves on a tree was a gang ram in a thicket. A wooden sled and lyres with bulls' heads on them were found in the tomb of this city's Queen Puabi.
Samarkand?
No. This city conquered Elam under Shulgi, but the Elamites overthrew the city's third dynasty not long after. In 1922, Catherine and Leonard Woolley excavated the city's royal cemetery. A rectangular mud brick temple in this city that was dedicated to the city's patron deity, Nana, was restored by Saddam Hussein in the 1980s. For 10 points, the Great Ziggurat is located in which Sumerian city? Yes. For 10. Your bonus. This object creates a loud noise after a man observes that women don't seem to hold together like men after you kill them. For 10 points each, name this object central to a play in which it carries a note to Ben and Gus reading Macaroni, Pasticcio, Ormitha, Macarunanda, leading up to place one Smith's Crips, one Eccles cake inside of it.
Wait, what was you asking for, the play?
The object.
This is
like dumbwaiter.
The Dumbwaiter is written by this author of The Caretaker in The Birthday Party.
Pinter.
Description acceptable. In the beginning of The Dumbwaiter, Ben reads Gus newspaper headlines about a man of 87 getting killed in this manner.
He gets car accident.
I will prompt.
He gets hit by a bus.
Yes. Yeah, 30.
All right. Wait. Score? Going into the last one.
Going into the last toss-up, it is 430, TJ, 290, Detroit.
What's the swing of the protest?
100. It is 100 points.
Okay.
Let me just double check that. So I'm not using wrong information here.
Let's just get the toss-up so they can, like, do the protest.
Yes, it was, on the toss-up, it would have been a 20-point power with up to 30 points in the bonus for 50. The other team got 10 and 30 for 90, and then there's a bonus part, which brings it to 100.
Okay, cool.
Here's 20. This character yells, "I will not give up Berlin," to punctuate his opposition to a future where scientists create a civilization of smooth and blonde men. A story is told of...
Nick.
No.
No.
A story is told about this character being sucker punched in front of his father-in-law. This character tells a story about a boy with a learner's permit who swerved to avoid a porcupine and crashed into a tree. In the final act, this history professor provokes his wife into admitting that their son is imaginary.
George.
That's it for 10. And your bonus. More soldiers drowned in the rough seas on the way back from a campaign against this city than in capturing a fleet in this city. For 10 points each, it was capital city that was bombarded by the British in 1807. A monarch from the House of Oldenburg was crowned in this city's cathedral in 1449. And in another Royal Navy campaign from the Napoleonic Wars, Alexander Ball captured this island from Francis Henry Pigot in 1800. During World War II, the entire population of this island was given a George Cross for acting as an unsinkable aircraft carrier against Axis attacks. Yes. The 1814 siege of Ragusa was part of a British naval campaign named for the sea that separates the Balkan Peninsula from most of Italy.
Adriana.
Good, 30. All right, final score is 430, 330 with 100 points swing.
Yeah, so that means that the just do.
Oh my god, ticky-tacky.
Yeah. So they told us that at the end of your next round, Awesome. Well, again, welcome. My name's
Hello.
Gannon. I'll be the moderator.
Greetings.
Live stream guru.
Mike Bentley.
This is just as a reminder that after this round, chill in this room because there's going to be protest resolutions that give out that may determine what you do after lunch, if there's a tiebreaker, and I want to be able to tell you all that information. So, let's get through this round, though.
No matter what the result.
Both teams ready?
Yeah.
Best of luck. Your toss up 1. A book inspired by this place relates a story about a poet who regrets not catching fish like a dutiful monk because his head is in the clouds all day. A price of $28.12 is listed in a book named for this place whose characters include...
Walden.
Yeah, for $20.
Wow.
Your bonus. In one myth, the mother of these characters gets them to stop arguing by comparing them to a hard-boiled, a scrambled, and an over-easy egg. For 10 points each, name these characters who disappear one at a time in a Mohawk story. Stories about these characters often emphasize how their namesake plants went together.
3 flowers.
3 sisters. In farming, the 3 sisters are squash beans in this crop. Many religions feature a maiden or a mother of this crop, which Squanto supposedly taught pilgrims how to plant.
It's corn, right? Yeah. Corn.
In this myth system, the gods created men out of white and yellow corn after failing to make them from clay and wood. Demons in this myth system include 7 macaw.
Mine.
Good. 20. That's a 2. Alongside George Price, a thinker of this surname described a resource cost exceeding the fighting costs in setting out the Hawk-Dove game. That thinker of this surname applied game theory to biology with his concept of evolutionary stable strategies. A thinker of this last name proposed a predecessor of Marx's labor theory of value to explain the divergent price of diamonds and water.
Smith.
Yeah, that's it.
Smith.
What is it?
That's for 10.
Did you know that? That's so.
And your bonus.
Okay, I was like,
Solar flares can cause sudden ionospheric disturbances in portions of the ionosphere that are under this condition. For 10 points each, name is condition that increases the density of the ionosphere, causing its F layer to split and causes its D layer to appear.
Maybe it's like this condition. I thought it was like solar wind.
maybe charged.
Answer?
Charged.
Oh, no, it's daytime. Diurnal fluctuation of the ionosphere must be accounted for when positioning a skip, in which reflection off of the bottom of the ionosphere extends the range of the shortwave form of this technology.
Short wave. It's long wave. So maybe radar? No.
Any answer?
Radar.
No, it's radio. The ionosphere is part of this planetary structure that can also be categorized into layers, including the troposphere and stratosphere.
Look at what? Atmosphere.
Yeah.
Atmosphere.
Yeah, for 10.
Yeah, can you move your sign over?
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Toss up 3. Gel-solins degrade hydrogels containing this protein into sols. Listeria forms comet tails of this protein to rocket its way through cells. Microscopists image this protein by tagging it with the death cap mushroom's phalloidin toxin. At intracellular concentrations that can exceed a millimolar, this protein's globular monomer devours ATP to rapidly polymerize. A cocked head forms a cross bridge of this protein and pushes long threads of it backwards during a power stroke. Assembly of this protein's fibers at the cell's leading edge or inside pseudopodia provides flexibility to the cytoskeleton.
Actin.
Say again?
Actin.
For 10. Your bonus. This artist, who often sang an echo song that imitated a mountain shepherd calling sheep, caught her big break during a Berlin production of Vincenzo Bellini's Norma. For 10 points each, name a Swedish singer who nearly caused riots in several stops on her extremely popular tour of the United States in the early 1850s, sponsored by P.T. Barnum.
It's like Christine Nielsen? Sure. Nielsen?
Jenny Lind. It's not robes, riding hats, or sofas, but Lind's image is widely used to sell this product. The work of Tin Pan Alley composers was spread via this printed medium.
Newspaper.
Pamphlets?
Maybe. Pamphlets, newspaper.
Newspaper.
The answer?
Newspaper.
I know it's sheet music. During Lind's first performance in New York, she sang a song written especially for her by this composer. This German composed the grand operas Robert Le Diable and Les Huguenots.
What's the Hindenburg? Hindemith? Sure. No. Hindemith.
Meyerbeer. Nothing on the bonus. Here's toss-up 4. J.P. Dotton's book, In the Forest of No Joy, studies one of these projects that, along with rubber harvesting, triggered the War of the Hoe Handle. One of these projects from the 1970s was an early foreign investment by the PRC, and it's called Tazara. The CGR managed these projects prior to the formation of the SAR using the Cape Standard. Portugal's pink map created problems...
Wait. Colonization.
A what?
What? Colonization.
No.
Yeah, no.
Keep reading. For one of these projects proposed by the founder of De Beers, a political cartoon in Punch of a man holding a telegraph line while standing across Africa symbolized Cecil Rhodes' vision of building one of these projects across Africa. For 10 points, Rhodes planned to link Cape Town to Cairo with what type of transportation infrastructure?
Railroad.
That's it for 10.
only Sid were here.
Your bonus. 6 different authors contributed stories about this war to the collection Evenings at Medan for 10 points each. Name this war. The setting of the story, 2 friends. In another story, a woman rings a church bell every day until the end of this war following a violent party.
Franco-Prussian.
This French author of The Necklace said Mademoiselle Fifi and 2 friends during the Franco-Prussian War. Evenings at Medan include this other Maupassant story set during the Franco-Prussian War, which the titled woman is shamed by other passengers into sleeping with a Prussian officer in order to allow for the safe passage of their stagecoach. Yes. Good 30. How's a 5? This artist's early training under graphic artist Samuel Jesorun de Mesquita was put to use in the 4-colored woodblock prints he used for making Double Planetoid. This artist's final print, Snakes, contains the rotational symmetry common in his late period. This artist, seated in his Roman studio, looks directly into the title object in his 1935 painting, Hand with Reflecting...
I forgot his name.
Time.
Monk.
No, it's MC Escher.
What are you doing? Oh my god.
Oh, wait,
so,
no,
so I was really
Escher? What? Wait,
so loud.
I thought it was...
So, no bonus there. Here's toss-up 6. A study of these beings includes pictures of Felicia Felix Mentor, who swept the grounds of a hospital. Wade Davis investigated stories of these beings in The Serpent and the Rainbow. Female Kaplatas and male Bokors create talismans in these beings, as described by Zora Neale Hurston in Tell My Horse. William Seabrook's book The Magic Island brought public attention to these beings, which Baron Samedi prevents people from becoming...
Loa.
No.
Wait.
Prevents people from becoming. The modern Western idea of these beings is often traced back to a George A. Romero film trilogy. Claverius Narcisse claimed that he was given pufferfish venom and enslaved after Haitian voodoo turned him into one of these beings. For 10 points, name these monsters central to the film Night of the Living Dead.
Zombies.
That's it for 10.
I knew the movie.
And your bonus. Herodotus wrote about how these people burned hemp and howled in joy at the vapor bath, even though they never otherwise bathed. For 10 points each, name these nomadic people who displaced the Sumerians in the Pontic steppe. About 20% of their warrior graves contain women.
Scythians.
The Scythian queen Tamiris allegedly shoved this king's decapitated head into a bag of blood. This ruler tells a biography written by Xenophon.
Cyrus the Great.
Yeah. The Scythians decorated their war horses with these objects. Henry Hamilton earned the nickname Hair Buyer General for paying for these gruesome trophies removed from dead Native Americans.
Scalp.
30.
Yes. Good job.
House of 7. Drum-shaped boxes placed in this city's churches allowed citizens to denounce sodomizers to the office of the knight, who were promptly denounced themselves. The city issued a gold coin with depictions of John the Baptist in a fleur-de-lis, which became Europe's first common currency. The ancient saints of this city tried to undermine it amidst...
Florence?
That's it for 20. Your bonus. Because crystallization of these compounds is exothermic, supersaturated solutions of them act as the phase change materials or heat reservoirs in commercial hand warmers. For 10 points each, name these ionic solids that contain stoichiometric amounts of water.
Saturated.
No, it's hydrates. These lipids are a popular, cheaper option for large-scale heat storage. The paraffin type of these materials stores the heat used in candles.
Wax.
These mixtures are preferred over both hydrates and waxes as phase change materials for low-temperature heat storage. These mixtures occur at the triple point of a binary phase diagram when 2 alloys melt at the same temperature.
Is that materials? Okay, defer.
Good job.
Nice.
For 20.
Nice job.
House of 8. In the transfer matrix method, a simple form of this process is represented by an identity matrix. An AC power line is the scale difference between load and characteristic impedance is a coefficient name for this process, symbolized capital gamma. This process lends its name to the fraction of particles that do not tunnel through a barrier. This process is effectively blocked by a thin film if the path length is half this process's phase shift. The fractions of this process in transmission sum to 1. The angle of incidence equals the angle of this process on a flat surface. Optical...
Reflection.
Yes.
Nice.
You chose the right one.
Good
For
job,
10.
Barry. Good job.
Your bonus. This religion was heavily syncretized with Buddhism, leading to temples being built alongside shrines. For 10 points each, name this religion. Honji Shijaku theory describes Buddhist deities that are manifested into the omnipresent kami of this Japanese religion.
Shinto. This
Buddhist sect that studies teachings called Gosho venerates Gohonzon and chants words like Namu Myoho Renge Kyo. This sect studies teachings called Gosho venerates Gohonzon and chants words like Namu Myoho Renge Kyo. This sect was founded by its namesake in the 13th century, and the Soka Gakkai movement emerged from it in 1930.
I think it's Iko-Iki.
It's Nichiren. Nichiren Buddhism values this text above all others. The chant Namu Myoho Renge Kyo translates to glory to the Dharma of this sutra. This sutra claims that all humans are capable of Buddhahood.
Lotus. Lotus.
Hmm?
Finally, let's go.
For 20. House F9. A woman based on this character steals back Venetia Moore's fiance, Captain Fox, in a story from Susanna Clarke's The Ladies of Grace Adieu. This character tells a utopian philosophical poem by Percy Shelley. This character causes a man to think of breeches, embuscados, Spanish blades, and plates the manes of horses. After this character drums in a soldier's ear, he starts and wakes, swears a prayer or two, and sleeps again. This character has a whip of cricket's bone for a horse team of little atomies, and is in shape no bigger than an agate stone. This character makes lovers dream of love, ladies dream of kisses, and lawyers dream of fees. For 10 points, name is Phares' midwife, who is the subject of a speech by Mercutio and Romeo and...
Bad.
That's it for 10.
Nice.
Okay, that's, yeah.
Your bonus. This novel's narrator uses the archaic pronoun wagahai, which appears in its original language title. For 10 points each, the name is Natsume Soseki novel, whose narrator eventually drowns in a rain barrel after mocking his owner, Mr. Sneeze.
I am a cat.
Other cat-loving Japanese writers include this author of Norwegian Wood, who depicted a search for a missing cat in his novel, The Wind-Up Bird Chronicle. Nakata searches for lost cats and murders the cat killer Johnny Walker in this Murakami novel, which a runaway teenager reads Soseki novels in a library and renames himself after the title person. Yes, good 30. Excuse me, sorry about that. And here's House of 10. Atoms with high values for this quantity are weighted more in bonding orbitals and are placed lower in energy on MO splitting diagrams. The formal charge exceeds the oxidation state for the atom with a higher value for this quantity. Atoms with high values of this quantity increase the chemical shift of adjacent protons.
Electronegativity.
Yeah, great buzz.
Nice. Good job.
For 20. Your bonus. Southern dialects often include multiple modals such as might, could, and phrases characterized by these words. For 10 points each, name these words whose auxiliary form accompanies their infinitive form and includes words like do, have, and am.
Verb.
Say again?
Verb.
Yes. William Labov defined the loss of an off-glide in diphthongs as a southern example of these linguistic occurrences, in which the change in the sound of a phoneme causes other words to sound different.
Things like dropping the R.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, dropping the R.
Oh no, it's a shift. Since after the Civil War, Southern English has undergone a merger of the vowels E and I, named for these two words.
E and I. Pen. Like pen shift?
Sure.
Feels like pin, pen.
Can you answer?
Pin, pen.
Yeah, that's it. Good job. And that's 20. Our score is 260 for Detroit County Day, 40 for Winston Churchill.
This game's going well.
That's crazy.
So, 260 for Detroit. This composer developed a secret method for playing third harmonics in pieces, such as his variations on the aria Di Tanti Palpiti. A ricochet playing style is used in a piece by this composer that also contains many double stops emulating the sound of flutes and horns.
Jesus. Is this Paganini?
Excellent, Buzz. That's 20. Your bonus. This king was found dead in Lake Starnberg next to psychiatrist Bernhard von Guden in 1886. For 10 points each, name is a Bavarian king who had been deposed 3 days before his death following a diagnosis from von Guden.
It should be Ludwig II.
Yeah. Okay.
Ludwig II.
Ludwig is perhaps best remembered for constructing an anachronistic one of these buildings in Bavaria with a 90-meter keep in a moat.
Castle.
The issue of a madness affecting German despots arose when Ludwig Quig published an 1894 pamphlet on this much earlier ruler that was widely read as a critique of Wilhelm II. Some stories about this extremely hairy man's madness center on his fanciful floating bridge of Baiae.
Probably maybe Frederick Barbarossa.
Bravo, yeah, sure.
Frederick Barbarossa.
This is Caligula. 20 on the bonus. Here's toss-up 12. Low-quality products of this type were exposed in Samuel Hopkins Adams's The Great American Fraud. Francis Kelsey's concerns regarding one of these products led to the passage of the Kavafer-Harris Amendment. James Lewis blackmailed a company that produces these products during a series of...
Like baseballs?
No. During a series of 1980s murders in Chicago. A 1997 campaign by Boots allowed for TV advertising of these products in the U.S., the only country that allows such advertising apart from New Zealand. These products are the second mentioned in the name of a 1906 bill, also called Dr. Wiley's Law, that mandated purity in them. In the 19th century, common ingredient in these products was snake oil. For 10 points, name is products whose prescription type have to be approved by the FDA.
Drug.
Yes. Your bonus. This musician played in the rhythm section of the live album Jazz at Massey Hall alongside Bud Powell and Charles Mingus. For 10 points each, he was jazz drummer. He is best known for the last track on Jazz at Massey Hall is a song played and written by this bebop musician titled A Night in Tunisia. This musician also wrote a song that involves singing an octave jump on the name of the title food. Jazz at Massey Hall is the last recorded session with Gillespie, and the saxophonist credited with inventing bebop alongside Dizzy Gillespie. This musician was thinking, yeah, 30.
Our jazz player.
2013. This figure ate fruits that were already bitten by Shibari. In some stories, this figure defeats his two sons in battle without knowing their identities. This figure did not slay a buffalo demon, but his victory over another demon is celebrated on a holiday by stuffing effigies with firecrackers and exploding them. In his absence, this figure is represented on his throne by a pair of shoes. When this figure is wounded, he's healed by a mountain of herbs brought by a monkey. After this figure kills
Rama?
Yes, for 10. Your bonus. While approaching one of these objects with a spaniel, Ronnie sings the song Bertie, Why Do You Bound? For 10 points each. This type of object that tells a short story in which a girl claims a man fled a house because he was hunted by a pack of dogs in the Ganges.
What? It's probably, I think it's from The Open Window. Windows?
Yeah, nice. The Open Window is a short story by this author, who wrote the werewolf Gabriel Ernest, and a boy develops a religion around his pet ferret in Sredni Vashtar.
Saki.
In Saki's story, Tobormari, Cornelius Appin is crushed by an elephant after supposedly trying to teach it irregular verbs in this language used by Hermann Hesse.
Oh, German, okay.
30.
Nice job.
Tells it 14. A book titled for this author proposes Bilzengates and ritual spectacles as two sources of folk laughter. This author's use of the grotesque and carnivalesque modes was this...
Rabelais.
20.
Now it's oh my god.
Your bonus. This ethnic group has founded dozens of Swedish soccer teams, many of which use the wavy diagonal red, white, and blue stripes of its flag as a badge. For 10 points each. And this ethnic group, whose language is used in the liturgy of the Chaldean Catholic Church.
Syrian?
Yes. An alternate version of the Syrian flag features a depiction of the sun with this unusual physical feature. A common motif in Zoroastrianism depicts the Fravashi spirit in this way based on the Faravahar.
Sure. As a face?
Is wings. The largest Assyrian diaspora community in the world emerged from the auto industry of this most populous city in Michigan.
Detroit.
No way! For 20. 2015. This city's current mayor once dated Mohammed Nuru out of his public works, who was sentenced to 7 years in prison for bribery. A 2022 Guardian article mocked the new $20,000 soft square public trash cans commissioned by the city. In 2022, voters in the city recalled Progressive District Attorney Chisa Boudin. In April 2023, public safety advocates in the city initially seized on the stabbing death of Cash App founder Bob Lee.
San Francisco.
Say again?
San Francisco.
That's it for 10.
Nice buzz.
That's for Aaron. Your bonus. 2016 report found that a third of genomics publications contain errors because Microsoft Excel automatically converts the names of genes into dates. For 10 points each. A major offender is the gene MARCH1, which encodes an enzyme that attaches this very common 76 residue peptide to proteins targeted for cellular destruction.
Oh shoot, it's like cellular cop. It's like
Need an answer?
COP2.
It's ubiquitin. Oh. Excel also autocorrects the names of septins, the protein that divide the cytoplasm after this process of cell division, to dates in September.
Wait, so mitosis,
just mitosis.
Yeah, there you go. The gene DEC1, which encodes one of these RNAs, was renamed to DELEC1 in 2021 to subvert Excel. Exist is another example of these regulatory RNAs, which are bigger than small RNAs and are transcribed from introns.
Lines, I think. Lines?
No, I have long non-coding RNAs.
Oh, I see.
10 on the bonus. Here's toss-up 16.
Yeah,
of course. Sorry. I have 380 for Detroit Country Day and 100 for Winston Churchill.
Right. Okay.
Cool. Here's 16. Description acceptable. Requirements for this property materials are described by California's TB 117 standard. Aluminum hydroxide is incorporated into polymers because its release of vapors upon decomposition gives it this property. Tris is a material of this property that, like most of its brominated siblings, is carcinogenic. A 1953 law mandates that chemicals of this property be added to children's pajamas after several rayon...
Fireproof.
Yes,
okay.
I can take that.
I was going to say
non-gas. They said carcinogenic.
Your bonus.
That was 10. Okay.
That was 10, yeah. An entire floor of IBM machines in Baltimore's Candler building was devoted to handling paperwork from this program for 10 points each. And this program began during the New Deal. Alan Greenspan headed a commission that increased contributions to this program's trust fund.
Social Security. Yeah.
This organization was pivotal to processing the 26 million Form 5s needed to enroll people into Social Security. 2009, this government agency floated ending Saturday delivery.
Oh, USPS.
Yeah.
USPS. Yeah.
Yes. An Oklahoma senator of this surname interrogated Francis Perkins over the socialistic nature of Social Security. A Tennessee senator of this surname opposed the Southern Manifesto.
Yeah, Kefauver.
Gore.
Oh, wait.
20 on the bonus. Here's toss of 17.
The other one.
A politician of this surname falsely claimed that Ronald Richter had built the world's first thermonuclear reactor. Yeah, wow. That's crazy. 20, here's your bonus. The net displacement of a particle in a constant uniform field equals 1/2 this quantity multiplied by time squared for 10 points each. And this quantity that multiplies mass that yields force in Newton's second law.
Acceleration.
Acceleration. Yes. In the absence of an external field, the average magnitude of the displacement of a particle that freely diffuses according to a random walk scales up this function the diffusion time.
Exponent.
It's actually square. It's either square root or square.
Answer?
Square root.
You chose wisely. For a particle in a field whose potential is given by this statement, the displacement evolves sinusoidally with time. This statement can be given as the second time derivative of x equals negative kx over m.
Yeah. Hooke's law?
Yes, for 30. Plus up 18. The act of coming out of this place is identified with the renunciation of time and Simone Weil's Gravity and Grace. After being dragged up a rugged ascent, a resident of this place learns that the child of goodness is the source of the changing seasons. This place corresponds to Pistis in Acacia, the two segments of the visible realm as described in the prior section's analogy of the divided line. This place features a low wall in front of a road on which men carry statues and figures of animals. In a story meant to show that philosophers should rule the ideal city, a man is free from this...
The cave?
That's it for 10. Your bonus. In Buete faith, the Kota people of Gabon rub sand on examples of these statues called Ngulu to aid in decision-making for 10 points each. Name these statues created by Central African peoples as well as medieval Europeans that contain body parts or another object important to deceased family or religious figures.
Like it's just, they don't use ceremonial coffins. Sure. Coffins?
Oh, no, it's a reliquary. This artist claimed that a Fong reliquary was more beautiful than the Venus de Milo. This Spanish cubist denied that he copied a Pende mask for one of the prostitutes in his Le Musée d'Avignon.
Picasso?
A plinth along the back of Fong reliquaries gave them the appearance of this action. A painted limestone statue of an Egyptian scribe from Saqqara is named for performing this action.
Oh, yeah. Sitting, seated.
Yeah, good. 20. House of 19. One of these structures on a former almshouse in Beaune, France is decorated with polychrome tiles. An accessible one of these structures designed by Snohetta is much used by pedestrians in the National Opera and Ballet in Oslo. In traditional Chinese architecture, joints on a type of bracket called dugong are held together by the pressure of these structures. For the main terminal of the Dulles Airport, Aero Sernan designed one of these concrete structures with a prominent catenary curve. The Chicago City...
A roof.
That's it for 10.
We suck at we're not falling back into
Little Bit leaves his sexually abusive Uncle Peck at the end of a Paula Vogel play titled for learning to do this activity. For 10 points each, name his activity, which the black man Hope Colburn performs for Miss Daisy in a 1987 play that's adapted into a movie starring Morgan Freeman.
I don't know. Maybe like saving. Oh, I think it's like climbing the pyramid. Climbing a pyramid?
Driving. Alfred Uri's Driving Miss Daisy is part of a trilogy of plays he wrote titled for the state's capital city. The deaf-mute John Singer lives in this state. In Carson McCullers' novel, The Heart is a Lonely Hunter.
Georgia.
A chorus of drivers chant strike after Agate announces that the title character has been killed in this play by a different author.
I have no idea. The Georgia. I don't even know. Agate?
Need an answer?
Desire Under the Elms.
It is Waiting for Lefty.
Nice. Oh, no.
10 on the bonus.
Okay.
Here's toss up 20. This author described the angel of the Central Committee in a poem recounting his escape on horseback through a mountain pass from his book, Grapes in the Wind. After fleeing to Paris using a passport of the author of the Banana Trilogy, this author published both the captain's verses and a collection that describes moving from air to air as through an empty net and states, "Arise to birth with me, my brother." Yeah, good buzz.
Nice. 20?
Sir, that was for 10.
Okay.
Your bonus. A manual discovered in 2022 revealed that the power these people used to become invisible was made from charred owls and turtles. For 10 points each, and these Japanese warriors were popularly depicted throwing shurikens.
Ninja.
Various ninja attempted to assassinate this first unifier of Japan. He won the Battle of Nagashino and overthrew the Ashikaga shogunate.
Oda Nobunaga era.
Sugitani Senjubo, a ninja who specialized in these weapons, tried to assassinate Oda with one in 1571. Troops wielding these weapons took up position along zigzagging palisades at the Battle of Nagashino.
Yeah.
Arquebus?
Yeah, good
Okay.
job.
Nice.
Clean 30.
Would you take gun on the last one?
I could prompt on gun.
Is it-
It's
no, is it-
it's Arquebus or Tanegashima or Matchlocks or Firelocks. Prompt on guns or
Oh, you can say
firearms.
That's the Japanese. I was gonna say.
Well, I went with a fancy answer.
No, Archivist is a cool one, yeah.
Yeah.
But the Matchlock is a cringe answer.
So yeah, you'll just sit tight. Final score on that was 480 for Detroit Country Day, 170 for Winston
Do you
Churchill.
know our fate? Do you know our fate on the protest?
We are looking into that now.
Yeah.